Chapter 260. Yisiki felt as though she had been splashed with a bucket of cold water. She tried her best to smile as though nothing had happened. Xiao Wang is your colleague. It's not good for him to be out drinking alone at this hour. You'd better give him a call and persuade him to go home. Lin Shihao thought for a moment and said, I'd better go over and take a look. He guessed that Bai Meiwei wanted to talk to him about the child, so he wanted to know what she was thinking. Yisiki had a smile on her face, but her heart was bleeding. Okay. Be careful on the road. She walked him to the door. When she heard the door close, she leaned against the wall and felt like she was going to give in. After a while, she dug her nails into her palms and tried to encourage herself. Yisiki, you can't be so useless. You should go and see what they're talking about instead of staying here and wallowing in self-pity. Yisiki's eyes shone with determination. She suddenly stood up and strode back to her room. She changed her clothes, grabbed Xia Dong's car keys, and took the elevator downstairs. When she came out of the main entrance of the building, she happened to see Lin Shihao's car drive out of the neighborhood. She quickly ran into the garage and drove Xia Dong's car out. Under the night sky, she followed Lin Shihao's car from a distance. Meisei Bar. In the gentle dance music, pairs of men and women hugged each other and danced to the music. Lin Shihao walked into the bar. After he found Bai Meiwei, she pulled him over to sit beside her. He discreetly shifted his butt away from her. The private room in the hall was semi-open. A circular leather sofa surrounded the wall. As long as the person next to it stood up, they would be able to see every movement of the person in the private room. Everyone went to the bar to pass the time and rarely peeked into other people's privacy. So when Yisiki climbed onto the sofa and peeked in front, she was very eye-catching. It was then that Xiao Tianqing noticed her. Xiao Tianqing sat at the bar and inadvertently looked up. He saw Yisiki sprawled on the sofa, staring at a spot 2 rooms away from her. He quickly recognized her and knew that she was Xia Dong's good friend. He curiously followed her line of sight and saw a man and a woman sitting in the same row with their backs to Yisiki. From his point of view, the man and woman were facing him. He raised his eyebrows and put down his wine glass as if possessed. He looked at Yisiki and the others from afar and guessed that this was a melodramatic play of a wife catching her husband cheating on her with a mistress. Lin Shihao glanced at the silent Bai Meiwei. Meiwei, have you thought about the child? Bai Meiwei nodded her head. I've already thought it through. I'll follow your advice and give up on the child. But, you have to promise me one thing. Lin Shihao said in a low voice, tell me. Bai Meiwei tilted her head to look at him. Her eyes were filled with complex emotions as she slowly said, Senior, give me a month's time. Within this month, you have to go on 5 dates with me. After a month, I will abort this child. Lin Shihao said, I can give you a month, but I can't go on dates with you. Bai Meiwei grabbed his arm as tears welled up in her eyes. Senior, can't you take pity on my sincerity and satisfy my fantasies? Meiwei, I'm sorry. I already have a wife. I can't do anything to let her down. Lin Shihao held her hand and tried to remove it from his arm. No, Senior, Bai Meiwei suddenly hugged him tightly. Tears streamed down her face as she said hoarsely, Senior, you've already done something to let sister-in-law down, haven't you? What's one more? Besides, I'm only asking you to go on dates with me. I won't do anything else. It's just 5 times. After 5 times, I'll abort the child and won't pester you anymore. Her words pierced Lin Shihao's heart like a needle. His hands and feet instantly turned cold. She leaned her head against his chest and said in a low voice, Senior, it's true. I'm not lying to you. After a month, I'll abort the child. Just give me 5 dates. Her tears flowed onto his clothes. He couldn't help but feel guilty when he saw her heartbroken expression. He had let her down. If he hadn't been drunk and mistook her for Siki, they wouldn't have ended up in this situation. 5 times. Only 5 times. Senior, I beg you. Her pleading voice traveled into his ears. He couldn't help but clench his fists and slowly close his eyes. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes. His voice was low and hoarse as he said, "Okay, I promise you. After a month, you have to have the operation." "I'll definitely have the operation." Bai Meiwei lifted her chin and smiled through her tears. She looked pitiful, but Lin Shihao wasn't in the mood to admire her. His brows were deeply furrowed. Bai Meiwei took out 2 plane tickets from her handbag. "Senior, I heard that you've applied for a holiday. Coincidentally, I've also applied for a holiday. Let's go to Sanya for a holiday, okay?" Lin Shihao pushed her away from him. His expression was a little ugly. "Why do you want to go to Sanya?" Bai Meiwei pulled out a tissue to wipe her tears and said gently, "A 4-day holiday is too short. There's not enough time to go overseas, so I've chosen to travel within the country. It's too cold in the north and Sanya's warmer climate. Isn't it just right?" Lin Shihao pinched his brows. "Siki and I plan to go to Sanya this time. Let's postpone our date." Bai Meiwei was stunned. Then she revealed a bitter smile. "I understand. Then we'll start our date when you come back from Sanya." She put the plane tickets back into her handbag. Lin Shihao grunted softly. "It's getting late. I should go back." He was about to get up when Bai Meiwei grabbed his arm and said anxiously, "Senior, stay with me for a while. Just half an hour, okay?" Lin Shihao pursed his lips tightly. He was silent for a long time before he sat down stiffly. Yisiki slowly slid down from the sofa and sat down dejectedly. Her eyes were covered with a layer of mist. She had seen her own husband holding another woman in his arms with her own eyes. Although she was too far away to hear their conversation, his actions had deeply hurt her. She covered her mouth and sobbed bitterly. Because she was trying to suppress her own voice, her shoulders shook violently and her chest rose and fell rapidly. She looked so pitiful that Xiao Tianxing couldn't help bending over to pull out a tissue and handed it to her. He had originally just wanted to watch the show. Unexpectedly, the more he watched, the more excited he became. He actually walked over to her side. A large hand holding a tissue suddenly appeared in her line of sight. Yisiki didn't even raise her head as she took the tissue from the hand and wiped her tears. However, the more she wiped, the more her tears flowed. Like an open faucet, she couldn't dry them no matter how hard she tried. Xiao Tianxing looked at her sorry figure as she lowered her head and wiped her tears. He simply sat down beside her and stuffed the entire box of tissues into her hands. He said calmly, "I'll give you this box of tissues. If it's still not enough, I'll get someone to bring you more." Yisiki pulled out more than 10 tissues and covered her mouth tightly. Her tears flowed silently and her shoulders shook even more violently. Xiao Tianxing narrowed his eyes as he looked at this woman. He remembered very clearly the first time he saw her. She was like a valiant and formidable heroine who rushed in front of Bailey Han and slapped him in the face. At that time, she was very dazzling. Like a flame, she was full of love. But now, she was heartbroken and was suppressing her heartache. This strong contrast made Xiao Tianxing feel a little uncomfortable. He suddenly grabbed her wrist and dragged her up from the sofa. She was caught off guard and the box in her arms fell to the ground. She looked up with tears in her eyes and saw the tall and straight stranger in front of her. With a sobbing tone, she questioned, "What are you doing?" Xiao Tianxing frowned and said in a deep voice, "Yisiki, show your power and slap that adulterous couple." Tears rolled down her cheeks. She struggled desperately as if she had gone crazy. Let go of me. Don't meddle in my affairs. I don't even know you. Xiao Tianqing grabbed her shoulders with both hands and stared coldly into her eyes. Yi Siki, you don't know me, but I know you. You idiot. Instead of crying here, why don't you go up and question your husband? I don't want you to meddle in my affairs. Let go of me. Yi Siki struggled with all her might. Her tears had stopped flowing and she kicked Xiao Tianqing angrily. I told you to let go. Xiao Tianqing did not let go. His hands were like iron pincers as he held her shoulders tightly. Her punches and kicks were like fancy and impractical moves in his eyes. They were harmless. He looked at her flustered and exasperated expression and raised his eyebrows. Very good. This is the real you, Yi Siki. You're more pleasing to the eye like this. Lunatic, Yi Siki was in the midst of being heartbroken, but she was held by a strange man. She listened to his strange words and her heart burned with anger. She wanted to pounce on him and bite him to death. Xiao Tianqing laughed. Do you want me to accompany you for a drink? Yi Siki's struggling suddenly froze. The sadness that she had temporarily forgotten surged up like a tidal wave. She slowly gave up struggling and said calmly, no need. I should go back. Xiao Tianqing let go of her shoulders. His slender fingers took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to her. This is my business card. If you have any problems, you can look for me. For example, if it's a relationship problem, I'll be happy to help you. Yi Siki did not take the business card. She looked at him as if he was an idiot. Sir, can't you see that I'm a married woman? Your flirting method is completely useless against me. Xiao Tianqing laughed mockingly. Madam, I've already seen the ugliest side of you crying bitterly. Do you think I'd still be interested in you? Yi Siki felt awkward for a moment. She wiped her face with a tissue and said fiercely, since you're not flirting, why are you helping me? Beauty novel, Songshu 566. Chapter 261. Xiao Tianqing forcefully shoved the business card into her hand and raised his eyebrows. It looks like you really don't remember me. I'm a friend of Bailey Han and you're Xiaodong's friend. We're considered friends indirectly. Just take it that I'm being kind and want to do good deeds. Yi Siki frowned and looked at him seriously. Suddenly, she felt that he looked familiar. After thinking about it carefully, she realized that she had indeed seen him before. Her expression softened a little. She raised her hand to look at his business card. This business card was a little too unique. There was no title or title on it, only a name and a phone number. Xiao Tianqing. His name. Xiao Tianqing chuckled. I wouldn't give my business card to just anyone. You should be grateful for your good luck. Yi Siki's mouth twitched. Thank you. She took her handbag and put the business card inside. I'm leaving, she said. Xiao Tianqing pointed behind him. Don't you want to see what else they're up to? Yi Siki froze. She dug her nails into her palms. No need. That's good too. Call me if you have any problems. I can be your marriage expert for free. A sincere smile appeared on Xiao Tianqing's face. For him, this was really not easy. It was rare for him to be serious. Okay, I got it. Yi Siki waved her hand casually. She didn't think that she would ask this unreliable man for advice on marriage. She didn't dare to look at the private room behind her. She took her handbag and hurriedly left Charming Club. Xiao Tianqing looked at her back and chuckled. Yi Siki sat in the car and looked at the brightly lit streets. She had no one to complain to. In the past, if she had any problems, she could still look for Xiaodong. But now that Xiaodong was abroad, she realized that no one could listen to her bitterness. Isiki slumped back in her seat and looked at the endless stream of cars outside the window. She had the urge to get drunk. However, she was too rational and thought about too many things. For example, if she got drunk, how would she go home? How was she going to explain this to Lin Shihao? She let out a long sigh and wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. She stepped on the accelerator and drove in the direction of home. In the supermarket in the neighborhood, she bought a bottle of beer. She and Lin Shihao didn't drink much. There wasn't even a drop of alcohol in the house. Isiki sat on the sofa, opened a can of beer, and gulped it down. After drinking 2 cans, she leaned on the sofa and fell asleep. Lin Shihao opened the door to the living room and smelled the strong scent of alcohol. He saw his wife curled up on the sofa and sleeping soundly. There were 2 empty beer cans by her feet and a can of beer by her side. He frowned and bent down to carry her from the sofa. She clung to him tightly like an octopus and murmured, "Hubby. Don't leave me behind." Lin Shihao's body froze. He tightened his arms and hugged her tightly. Tears almost flowed out of his eyes. His voice was low and hoarse. "Honey, I won't leave you behind. Never." It was as if she had heard his promise. She lay in his arms and fell asleep peacefully. Lin Shihao wanted to put her on the bed, but her hands were too tight. In order not to wake her up, he didn't even take off his jacket and lay down with her. He kicked off his shoes, pulled the blanket over them and hugged her tightly in his arms. Isiki wanted to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night. She struggled to get up in a daze. Lin Shihao woke up with a start and turned on the bedside lamp. "Honey, what's wrong?" Isiki was still drunk. She looked at him with drunken eyes and pouted. "Hubby, I want to go to the bathroom. I'll help you there." Lin Shihao got out of bed and helped her down from the bed. She staggered and almost fell down several times. Lin Shihao sighed, and simply carried her up. After carrying her into the bathroom, he placed her on the toilet. She did not even take off her pants, and from the looks of it, she wanted to settle it immediately. He quickly said, "Wife, wait a moment." "Why?" She looked up in confusion. "I can't hold it in anymore." "Silly, take off your pants first." Lin Shihao helped her up from the toilet. He held her waist with one hand and took off her pajama pants with the other. He then took off her underwear and helped her sit on the toilet again. The sound of water splashing could be heard. She finally got rid of her physiological problem and a comfortable expression appeared on her face. Lin Shihao stood by her side and watched her. Seeing her stand up shakily, he quickly held her arm and helped her put on her pants with one hand. He then pressed the flush button and bent down to pick her up. She naturally reached out and hooked her arms around his neck and leaned her head on his chest. When they returned to the bedroom, she fell asleep again. Lin Shihao looked at the little woman lying in his arms and sleeping peacefully. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. He hesitated for a long time about Bai Meiwei's pregnancy, but he still didn't dare to tell her. He knew that she was a person who was obsessed with emotional cleanliness. His body had already betrayed her once. If he let her know that Bai Meiwei was pregnant again, he didn't know what she would do. "Honey, I'm sorry. I hid it from you because I wanted us to start over." He buried his head in her neck and murmured, "Honey, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry." Something sparkling and translucent fell from his eyes and landed on her neck. It rolled down her neck and into her pajamas. She unconsciously replied with an "N" and hugged him even tighter. The sun shone through the curtains. Isiki frowned and impatiently turned over. Her arms happened to be supporting Lin Shihao's chest. Her muddle-headed mind gradually cleared up. She slowly opened her eyes and saw that handsome and familiar face. He was sleeping soundly with his eyes closed and a green stubble on his chin. His right hand was under her head and his left hand was still on her waist. They hadn't slept in the same bed in such an intimate position in a long time. Isiki stared at his handsome face, her heart filled with mixed feelings. In the end, she slowly reached out her hand, stroked his cheek, and said in a low voice, "Hubby, I'll give you one more chance." She gently pushed his hand away from her waist and quietly got out of his arms. When she heard the sound of the toilet in the bathroom, she suddenly quivered and remembered that she had groggily gotten out of bed in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom. Even her pants seemed to have been taken off by Lin Shihao. Her face instantly heated up. Although they had been husband and wife for a long time, this was the first time something so awkward had happened. After washing up, her face was still a little hot when she came out of the bathroom. Lin Shihao had also woken up. He shook his sore right arm and asked, "Honey, you were drunk last night. Are you feeling better now?" "Yeah, I'm fine now." Her gaze was erratic. "What's wrong? Your face is red. Are you having a fever?" Lin Shihao held her shoulders and raised his right hand to touch her forehead. "I'm fine." She avoided his hand and smiled awkwardly. "Last night, you carried me to the bathroom, right?" Lin Shihao laughed and ruffled her hair. "You were too drunk and stumbled when you walked. If I hadn't carried you in, I was worried that you would have fallen into the toilet." She coughed twice. "You have to quickly forget what happened last night." "Why?" He raised his eyebrows in confusion. Because you helped me take off my pants." Most importantly, he heard her shushing. Isiki was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. His lips curled into a mischievous smile. "I've helped you take off your pants many times, don't say any more." Isiki reached out to cover his mouth. Her face was red as she stammered, "In any case, you have to quickly forget it." His eyes were full of smiles. They had been married for so many years, but she was still easily embarrassed. He held her hand and took it away from his mouth. He said gently, "I won't forget. I'll treasure everything about you in my mind. When we're old, I'll tell you everything." His eyes were full of tenderness and his expression was serious. He didn't look like he was joking at all. She sniffled and tears welled up in her eyes. Slowly, she hugged him. He also reached out his arms and hugged her tightly. "Wifey, do you still remember what I said to you on our wedding night?" "Yes, I remember everything." Isiki's tears fell. She bit her lip and asked in a choked voice, "Hubby, can we really do this?" "Yes, we definitely can. Trust me." Lin Shihao held her cheeks and looked into her eyes seriously. He said word by word, "In this lifetime, I'll only love you." If there was a person who could tolerate your shortcomings, who could remind you that there were vegetable leaves on your teeth without feeling embarrassed, who could laugh at your indecent actions, then he truly loved you. Isiki hugged the man who truly loved her, and her tears flowed uncontrollably. "Don't cry. Be good." Lin Shihao carefully wiped the tears from her face and said gently, "Wifey, rest for a while more. I'll make breakfast." Isiki smiled with tears in her eyes. "I want to eat fried eggs. Nyonyo loves sandwiches." "I know." He smiled and kissed her cheek. "Be good. Rest for a while more. I'll call you when it's ready." She nodded obediently. Isiki didn't do as he said and rest for a while more. Instead, she changed into her home clothes and stood not far from the kitchen to watch him make breakfast. He had an apron around his waist and was busy in the kitchen. There was a faint smile on his face, and he was very easygoing and gentle. Nyonyo was wearing little bunny pajamas. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and walked over. She said in surprise, "Hey, Daddy is making breakfast today. Yisiki smiled and hugged her daughter. Lin Shihao heard the sound and turned to look. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. She wished that time would stop at this moment, the happy moment of their family of 3. Attention, Songshu 566. Chapter 262. After Mikakito returned to China, the first thing he did was to look for his godfather. When he was in Rome, he had sent his men to search for his godfather's villas, but they did not find him. He guessed that his godfather must have other places to stay. Even his most trusted wolf does not know where he is. Mikakito used Wolf's number to call his godfather's private number. Jiang Dao sat behind a pile of equipment and tried to trace the signal. The phone rang for a long time before it finally got through. His godfather's low voice came into his ears. "Wolf, how is it going?" "It's me, Mikakito." The godfather paused. "Wolf is dead," Mikakito said lightly. "They are all dead. What are you going to do?" "Take revenge on you." Beep, beep. The phone was hung up. Mikakito looked up at Jiang Dao. "How is it? Did you find his address?" "Yes. He is in a bar outside the 3rd Ring Road." Jiang Dao turned his laptop over and saw a red dot on the map. "Track him immediately," Mikakito ordered. Several groups of people rushed to the godfather's location. But when they arrived at the bar, they couldn't find any trace of the godfather. Instead, they found the godfather's phone in a trash can in a private room of the bar. It was the phone he used to talk to Beitang Xin. Jiang Dao called the manager of the bar over and asked about the guest in the private room. The manager said, "This guest is very unfamiliar. He is wearing a black windbreaker and black sunglasses. He seems to be waiting for someone." Jiang Dao said, "Show me the CCTV footage in the corridor." "Okay. Please wait a moment." The manager asked someone to show him the CCTV footage. Jiang Dao saw the man in the black windbreaker in the video. Although he could not see the man's face, his figure was the same as his godfather's. Jiang Dao looked at the time when the man left. It was right after he hung up the phone. He asked, "Where did this man go after he left the bar?" "I don't know. I will ask the staff. Maybe someone saw him." A few minutes later, the manager came back and said that a waiter saw the godfather driving a red Porsche Cayenne toward Binjiang South Road after he left the bar. "What's the license plate number?" He didn't see it clearly. Jiang Dao sent people to chase after them from Binjiang South Road. The surveillance cameras installed along the road recorded everything and fed it back to Mikakito. The top hackers of Senku spent the whole afternoon hacking into the internal system of City A's Transportation Bureau and copied the surveillance footage along Binjiang South Road. In the end, when he checked the video, he found that there was no red Porsche Cayenne as the waiter had mentioned. Mikakito tapped the table with her slender fingers. Godfather might have changed cars on the way. Maybe the Porsche Cayenne is a breakthrough. Jiang Dao, investigate the Porsche 4S stores and the information of their customers. During the investigation, Jiang Dao found that his godfather had purchased the car under the name of Shengguan Ao half a year ago. He did not leave his address or phone number, but there were 2 maintenance records. One was scratching the door, and the other was breaking the rear-view mirror. According to the customer service staff at the reception, a young lady had driven the car over when the rear-view mirror was broken. She looked sweet and cute when she smiled, so he had a deep impression of her. Jiang Dao pondered for a while, then took out Su Xingchen's photo and asked the customer service staff, "Is this the girl who drove the car?" The customer service staff was a handsome young man. He looked at the photo carefully and nodded. "Yes, it's her. She even called me brother affectionately." Jiang Dao's mouth twitched. This was something that Su Xingchen would do. Jiang Dao reported the results of the investigation to Mika Keto and asked, "Boss, what should we do now?" Mika Keto's eyes flickered. His godfather was Su Xingchen's godfather, and they were very close. They were so close that Su Xingchen drove his godfather's car out casually and then drove it to the 4S store for maintenance after it was broken. He was a little curious if his godfather would appear if something happened to Su Xingchen. Mika Keto waved his hand, and Jiang Dao bowed to him. He whispered a few words to Jiang Dao, and Jiang Dao nodded. While dealing with his godfather, Mika Keto did not forget about the other person who persecuted Xia Dong, Su Yunqian. He wanted Su Yunqian's reputation to be ruined. This was the best punishment for her. After Bailey Han went abroad to look for Xia Dong, Su Yunqian's illness continued to fluctuate. Sometimes she was sober, sometimes she was obsessed, and when she was not in a good mental state, she would make a fuss and say that she wanted to see Bailey Han. Su Yunqian's parents were already mentally and physically exhausted. When they could not persuade Su Yunqian, they could only ask old madam for help. Now, old madam was the only person who could persuade Su Yunqian. On the second day after Mika Keto returned to China, Bailey's family first received a CD. At that time, only old madam and Bai Jinqiu were at home. After watching the content of the video, they were shocked for a long time. Old madam's lips trembled. After a while, she pointed at Su Yunqian in the CD and spat out a few words fiercely, "She's worse than a beast." Bai Jinqiu slumped on the sofa and shook her head in disbelief. This can't be true. How could Yunqian do such a thing? Old madam took a long time to suppress the anger in her chest. She stamped the floor with her cane and said, "I'm going to ask her now. What did Bailey's family do to wrong her? Why did she do such a vicious thing?" Old madam was decisive. She stood up and walked out with her cane. "Butler, prepare the car." Mom, calm down." Bai Jinqiu quickly caught up with her and held her arm. We still don't know whether this video is true or not. Isn't it too hasty to make trouble for the Su family with great fanfare? Old Madame Fu's stubborn temper flared up. She stiffened her neck and said angrily, "Jinqiu, the people who were framed by them are your biological son and your daughter-in-law who has already given birth to 3 grandsons for you. No matter how much you side with outsiders, you can't just watch them hurt them." "Mom, that's not what I meant. I meant to find out the truth of the matter first. After we find the evidence, we'll get even with them. I'm telling you, I believe that what's in this video is true." Old Madam snorted. "If you think that Su Yunqian is a simple person, then you're wrong." She drugged Ahan's wine and pretended that they had sex. She even pretended to be pregnant to threaten Ahan to marry her. She even pushed Xiao Yi down the stairs. I didn't want to argue with her because of our old friendship, but I didn't expect her to go overboard. Bai Jinqiu's eyes widened. She stammered, "What? Drugged? Pregnant? Why didn't I know about these things? I kept these things from you. I wanted to save some face for Su Yunqian, but I didn't expect her to be so vicious. Let's go. Cut the crap. I'm going to the hospital to get even with her and expose her tricks." Old Madam dragged Bai Jinqiu's arm and walked out. Bai Jinqiu was in a state of shock and almost lost the ability to think. She obediently followed her into the car. The driver drove them to the hospital where Su Yunqian was. Mrs. Su was taking care of her in the ward. When she saw Old Madam and Bai Jinqiu, she quickly stood up and smiled. "Auntie, Jinqiu, you're here." Su Yunqian seemed to be in good spirits today. Her complexion was good, and she even had a faint smile on her face. She stood up and greeted, "Grandma, Auntie." Old Madam's face darkened. She slammed the door of the ward and threw the CD in her hand on the table. She said coldly, "Huilan, look at the good daughter you raised. What did the Bailey family do to the Su family? Your good daughter has to do this to us." Su Yunqian seemed to be frightened. She grabbed Mrs. Su's arm with both hands and carefully hid beside her. Mrs. Su held her daughter's hand and said hurriedly, "Auntie, what's wrong? Is there a misunderstanding?" "Humph, take a look at this CD first." Old Madam angrily sat on the sofa and pointed at the CD with her cane. Mrs. Su was confused. She wanted to say something to calm Old Madam down, but she didn't know where to start. She could only put the CD into the CD player and turn on the TV with the remote control. A man and a woman appeared on the screen. The woman was facing the camera. She was Su Yunqian. The man's face couldn't be seen clearly because his back was to the camera. Su Yunqian said, "Put on a good show in front of everyone. I'm going to use the pressure of the public opinion to force them to do something." The man asked, "How do you do it?" She had a smile on her face, but the words she said were hair-raising. "You're the kidnapper. You put forward the conditions. Say that Bailey Han and Xia Dong have to divorce within 3 days and let Xia Dong replace me. If they don't, you'll rape me in front of the whole country. How's that? Isn't it exciting?" The man said, "It is. However, Bailey Han won't agree to let Xia Dong replace you." She pursed her lips. "Of course I'm not stupid enough to say that I'll let Xia Dong replace me. I'll just say that I'll let Xia Dong come and take me home. As for what happens after that, isn't it all in your hands? What if they don't want a divorce?" She sneered. "Then we'll really put on a show of rape and let all the reporters witness it with their own eyes. We'll let it spread widely on the internet. Then, we'll hire a group of people on the internet to lead the public opinion and push all the blame onto Xia Dong and Bailey Han. In the face of such strong pressure, won't they feel guilty?" The man nodded affirmatively. "Yes." She raised her eyebrows proudly. "That's right. I was raped and something so tragic happened. My mental state will definitely suffer a huge blow. I might even have a split personality and become a mental patient. When that happens, do you think Bailey Han will take good care of me out of guilt?" "Yes. Xia Dong will be jealous because of this. The two of them will argue because of this. If it gets serious, they might even separate and get a divorce. Once Xia Dong leaves Bailey's house, you can carry out your plan." The conversation ended here. It was probably deliberately cut off by the person filming, so they didn't know what the man in black was planning to do. However, they could guess that it was definitely not something good. Add Songshu 566. Chapter 263. When Su Yunqian heard the first sentence she said in the video, she knew that something bad was going to happen. Many thoughts flashed through her mind. Her godfather must have asked someone to film this CD, and the purpose was to put her to death. Damn it, she didn't pay more attention at that time. Now that the truth was exposed, what should she do? From the beginning to the end, she had been thinking about this problem. Her heart was anxious, but she still had a very calm expression on her face, as if she was in a trance. Bang! The old madam slammed the table and said angrily, "Huilan, you've seen the contents of the CD. What else do you have to say?" Mrs. Su couldn't believe her eyes. Her daughter was kidnapped on purpose. Deliberately pretending to be crazy. This was simply an Oriental night. "Auntie, I don't believe it. This CD must be forged by someone else. Yunqian wouldn't do such a thing." "Okay, since you think the CD is fake, then we'll find someone who knows the technology to analyze it and see if it's fake." The old madam immediately called the police chief and asked him to arrange a technician to help verify the authenticity of the CD. The technician said that it would take a day to analyze it and then took the CD away. The old madam glared at Su Yunqian angrily. Su Yunqian acted as if nothing had happened and smiled innocently. "Grandma, what's wrong? Who made you angry?" "Su Yunqian, don't pretend anymore." Old madam was so angry at her innocent smile that she vomited blood. She wanted to tear her face apart. "Mommy, I'm scared. Why is Grandma so fierce?" Su Yunqian buried her head in Mrs. Su's arms and trembled. Mrs. Su gritted her teeth and said, "Auntie, the matter hasn't been investigated yet. Don't you think it's a bit too much to accuse Yunqian rashly?" The old madam was so angry that her chest rose and fell rapidly. Bai Jinxiu quickly patted her back and whispered, "Mom, calm down. All right, then we'll wait for the police to confirm that the disc is real before we discuss this matter. At that time, you must give us an explanation." The old madam angrily threw down these words and walked away with the help of her walking stick. Bai Jinxiu glanced at Su Yunqian with a complicated expression and hurriedly left with the old madam. After they left, Mrs. Su Yunqian was stunned for a long time. Then, she turned to look at Su Yunqian, who was hugging her arm, and asked slowly, "Yunqian, is what was recorded in the CD true? Are you really lying to us?" Su Yunqian tilted her head, looking innocent. "Mommy, what are you talking about? I don't understand. In the video we just watched, you were talking to a man in black. You said that you were pretending to be kidnapped and mentally ill. Is that true?" Mrs. Su grabbed Su Yunqian's wrist nervously and asked in a trembling voice. Su Yunqian looked pained. "Mommy, you're hurting me." Mrs. Su loosened her grip. "Yunqian, tell me, is it true?" Su Yunqian pointed at the TV. "Are you talking about the two people in the TV just now? I don't know them at all." Mrs. Su looked at her seriously. Her daughter had a puzzled expression on her face. Her beautiful eyes were clear and pure. Mrs. Su stared at her for a moment, unable to believe that her daughter would lie. "Mommy, what's wrong?" Su Yunqian carefully tugged at her mother's sleeve. "Are you angry with me?" Mrs. Su's eyes reddened and she held back her tears. "No, Mommy isn't angry." She hugged Su Yunqian tightly and whispered, "My daughter, you're already so pitiful. Why would someone want to harm you? Mommy, don't be like this. I'm so scared." Su Yunqian's voice sounded so pitiful and delicate. Mrs. Su's heart was about to break. She patted her back. "Baby, don't be afraid. Mommy's here. Mommy won't let anyone hurt you." Mrs. Su returned to the old mansion in a huff. She felt so sullen that she didn't even want to eat dinner. She sat in her room and sulked. She sat beside the old master's wheelchair and held his hand. She was indignant. "Old man, that's Su Yunqian, why is she so evil? I'm so angry." Mr. Su listened to her complaints in silence. His old eyes were cloudy and there wasn't a trace of life in them. After complaining for a while, Mrs. Su began to feel sad again. She sighed deeply. "Back then, I thought that Xia Dong wasn't good enough and kept stopping her from being with Ahan. Instead, I tried to matchmake Ahan and Su Yunqian. In the end, it turned out that I was really blind and fell for an ingrate. Old man, I feel so bad. When I think about how Xia Dong suffered back then, I feel so guilty." As she spoke, tears fell from Mrs. Su's eyes. She choked and said, "Now that she has that kind of illness, I don't know if she can make it. Tell me, why is this child's life so hard?" Mr. Su didn't say anything. He suddenly reached out his hand and slowly placed it on the back of Mrs. Su's hand. He pressed it gently. Mrs. Su turned her gaze and looked at their overlapping hands. His hand was like a withered tree's bark. It was covered with wrinkles and perfectly covered her hand. Mrs. Su's tears fell like rain. She hugged him tightly. "Old man, you still want to shelter me from the wind and rain, right?" When they were young, Mr. Su would always place his hand on the back of her hand whenever they were in trouble. Their fingers would interlock and he would say, "Don't be afraid. I'll shelter you from the wind and rain." These words had accompanied her for a whole 65 years until Mr. Su fell ill and couldn't express himself anymore. He couldn't recognize them anymore. The old master let out a muffled sound from his throat, as if he was agreeing with what she said. Mrs. Su trembled and rubbed her face against his. She choked and said, "Old man, if there's an afterlife, let's be husband and wife again. When that time comes, it'll be my turn to shelter you from the wind and rain." Although Mr. Su's eyes were still dull, the corners of his lips slowly curled up. After venting her emotions, Mrs. Su felt much better. She wiped her tears and changed into a new set of clothes. She patted the back of Mr. Su's hand and said, "Let's go downstairs and eat. I don't want my son and daughter-in-law to worry." The butler had been waiting at the door for a long time. When he saw Mrs. Su open the door, he hurriedly said, "Mrs. Su, you should eat something. Don't starve yourself." Mrs. Su nodded. "Butler, help me push Mr. Su downstairs." The family was waiting in the dining room. When they saw Mrs. Su and the others coming downstairs, they immediately smiled. Bailey Jing came up and hugged Mrs. Su's arm. She said, "Grandma, I made your favorite Westlake vinegar fish today." Mrs. Su smiled and said, "Xiao Jing, are you used to working in your brother's company?" Bailey Jing looked bitter. "Grandma, can we not talk about such a heavy topic when we're eating?" Bailey Xiong laughed. "Child, didn't you just boast that you've mastered the work and know how to operate it? Isn't that to make Daddy and Mommy happy? How would I dare to make Grandma happy?" "Grandma, don't you think so?" Bailey Jing helped Mrs. Su to sit at the head of the table and acted coquettishly. Mrs. Su tapped her forehead with her finger. "You little monkey, if you don't understand something, you should ask your father. Don't cause any trouble. Otherwise, let's see how your brother will deal with you when he comes back." I know. Grandma, Xiao Yi and Xiao Bao are still watching. You have to leave me some dignity as an elder." Bailey Jing scooped a bowl of soup and placed it in front of Mrs. Su. Mrs. Su smiled and shook her head. "You're too nosy." With Bailey Jing's jesting, the atmosphere at the dining table became much livelier. After the meal, Mrs. Su asked someone to push old Master Gu to the garden outside for a walk while she went upstairs to rest. After sitting on the sofa for a while, someone knocked on the door. It was Xiao Yi and Xiao Bao. Mrs. Su smiled and waved her hand. "Come over and sit next to Great-Grandma." Xiao Yi and Xiao Bao sat on either side of Mrs. Su with mysterious smiles on their faces. Mrs. Su stroked their heads and said gently, "Xiao Bao, is something the matter?" Xiao Bao winked at Xiao Yi. "You're the eldest. You tell them." Xiao Yi sighed maturely. "Eldest is always bullied." Xiao Bao made a funny face and looked extremely cute. Mrs. Su was amused by them and couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Yi said, "Great-Grandma, we heard that you and Grandma watched a video and knew that Su Yunqian is a bad woman. However, we don't have enough evidence and can't accuse her. We have something to give you." As he spoke, he took out a recording pen from his pocket and placed it in Mrs. Su's hand. "Great-Grandma, there's a conversation recorded in here. After you listen to it, you'll understand that what was recorded in the CD is true. Su Yunqian is really a disgusting bad woman." Mrs. Su's expression became serious. She didn't ask any questions and directly opened the recording pen. It was Su Yunqian talking to a strange man on the phone. After listening to the recording, Mrs. Su broke out in cold sweat. Su Yunqian actually convinced her godfather to use the power of the mafia to deal with Xia Dong. Then, Ahan's head injury was also caused by her. Mrs. Su was furious to the extreme. Her whole body was trembling. It was as if there was a volcano in her heart that was emitting flames and lava. It was as if she was going to be burned to ashes. Xiao Bao puffed up his cheeks and said, "Great-grandma, don't be angry. The most important thing now is to expose Su Yunqian's true colors." Although Mr. Su had once said not to act rashly, Uncle Shen had already dug out the malignant tumor, Barit, and was dealing with Mr. Su. In that case, Su Yunqian was nothing to be afraid of. Mrs. Su nodded. Xiao Bao is right. We must expose this evil woman's ugly face. Come and see, Hongcha 866. Chapter 264. After Mrs. Su left, Su Yunqian frowned and paced back and forth in the ward, trying to think of a way to solve the crisis in front of her. She clenched her slender fingers tightly. Suddenly, her eyes turned cold. She walked quickly to the phone and dialed her godfather's number. 2 minutes later, her godfather called back. Su Yunqian suppressed her anger. "Shangguan Ao, you bastard. Why did you secretly film me and mail the video to the Bailey's family?" Her godfather was silent for a moment. "It wasn't me. If it wasn't you, who else could it be?" Su Yunqian was about to go crazy. "I did secretly film you, but I didn't send it to the Bailey's family." Her godfather paused and continued. "Our plan failed. My men were all killed in Rome. It must be Mika Kito's doing. It really wasn't you. I'm sure. Mika Kito is now looking for my whereabouts. I'm a victim, just like you." Su Yunqian's eyes were filled with deep hatred. "Mika Kito, you win." After hanging up the phone, she leaned back on the sofa and stared at the ceiling. After thinking for a long time, she reached out and picked up the phone. The phone rang for a long time, but no one answered. She angrily hung up the phone. After 2 minutes, she persistently dialed a string of numbers again. After a while, a man's half-awake voice came from the phone. He said in English, "Hello, who is this?" Su Yunqian took a deep breath and softened her voice. "Darling, it's me." On the other end of the phone, the man seemed to wake up a little. "Honey, what's wrong? It's early in the morning here." "I know. I'm sorry to wake you up from your sleep, but I've been cornered." "Darling, you must help me," Su Yunqian said softly. "What happened?" "Godfather secretly recorded our conversation. I don't know how Mika Kito got a hold of it. She made it into a CD and gave it to the Bailey's family. Now, the Bailey's family is questioning me. Darling, I don't know what to do." Su Yunqian's weak and helpless voice was transmitted to the man's ears through the microphone. The man frowned. "Don't worry. Only the Bailey's family knows about this. You just need to prove to them that the evidence was forged. Then, you can delay them for a while. At the same time, you can destroy the evidence in Mika Kito's hands." Su Yunqian replied softly, "The CD has been sent to the technical department of the police station for technical evaluation. Can you send someone to replace it?" The man said in a deep voice, "The police station is not that easy to break into. Darling, please help me. I'm begging you." Su Yunqian's voice was weak. The way she called him darling was enough to make one's bones go soft. The man was silent for a moment before he said, "I'll send someone to do it. As for the evidence left behind by Mika Kito, I'll also arrange for the best hackers to destroy it." "Darling, thank you," Su Yunqian said softly. She did not know that the 2 calls she made had been eavesdropped on by Xiao Yi and Xiao Bao through the wiretap. They had also recorded the conversation. This evil woman, she's already at the end of her rope and she's still trying to play tricks. Xiao Bao clenched his fists and his little face was filled with anger. We can't let her have her way. Little Wingzy rubbed his chin with a serious expression on his face. Who's the darling behind her? Why don't we hand this matter over to Uncle Shen and ask him to help us dig out the person behind this bad woman? Aren't they going to sneak into the police station? Then we'll let Uncle Shen wait for them. Xiao Bao's pink lips curled up. They immediately sent the 2 recordings to Mikakito. After Mikakito received the recordings, he frowned slightly. His slender fingers tapped lightly on the sofa. If the man behind Su Yunqian wanted to destroy the evidence in his hands, the best way would be to hack into the computer. His eyes suddenly narrowed. Jiang Dao. Boss. Jiang Dao strode to his side. Edit Su Yunqian's video and the 2 recordings sent by Xiao Bao together and save them on a portable hard drive. If there's a hacker attack, deliberately leave a loophole for the other party to hack into, then trace the other party's information. Yes. Jiang Dao received the order and immediately began to deploy the plan to catch a turtle in a jar. Mikakito suddenly turned his head and looked at Suzaku. Take a few people with you to monitor the police station. Be careful, don't leave anyone alive. He wanted to see who was behind Su Yunqian. The night was getting darker. A figure appeared in front of the police station's command building. He was wearing black tights and a silver mask on his face. His deep eyes flashed sharply as he fixed his gaze on the building in front of him. He pulled his hands at his waist and a pair of hang gliders suddenly appeared on his back. He pressed a button at his waist and the hang gliders brought him up slowly toward the top floor of the building. Under the moonlight, he looked like a big black bird as he slowly landed on the top floor. He retracted the hang gliders and leaped toward the door at the top of the building. After passing through the door, he could directly enter the police station. As far as he knew, the technical department was on the 12th floor. However, before entering the corridor, he took off his tights. It turned out that he was wearing a police uniform underneath. Then, he took off the mask on his face. Under the moonlight, a handsome Asian face was revealed. He casually stuffed the mask into the clothes covering his chest and then hid the tights in a corner. After doing all this, he put on the earpiece and said in Italian, "I'm going in." The person who responded to him also spoke in Italian. "No problem, I'm ready." "Be careful, Thunder." Thunder grunted in a low voice, "Okay." Just as he finished speaking, all the surveillance cameras in the building went black. The policeman on duty in the monitoring room patted the machine in confusion, thinking that the machine had malfunctioned. He restarted the machine, but it still didn't go back to normal. The policeman on duty picked up the phone and called his colleague in the technical department to help check it out. The moment the surveillance cameras went black, Thunder had already rushed to the technical department like a ghost. When the person on duty received a call from the monitoring room and walked out of the office, he immediately sneaked in quietly. There were all kinds of evidence in the technical department. Thunder used his gloved hands to search around. Finally, he found a CD in a drawer. The CD had a label, Su Yunqian, on it. He immediately took out the fake CD hidden in his arms, tore off the label, stuck it on the fake CD, and put it back in the drawer. Then, he put the real CD in his arms and hurried out of the technical department's office. Just as he took 2 steps, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "Who are you? It's so late, why haven't you gotten off work yet?" Thunder pressed the brim of his hat down and turned around. He saw the staff on duty in the technical department. He smiled and said, "I'm a new intern. The leader gave me a task and asked me to work overtime to complete it." The staff on duty didn't suspect him and smiled. "Then you go ahead and go home early when you're done." Thunder smiled. Okay. The staff on duty nodded, opened the office door and walked in. Thunder pressed the brim of his hat even lower, almost covering his entire face. He lowered his head and walked back to the rooftop. He put on his tights on the rooftop and used his hang glider to fly down. He landed steadily behind the building. A black Land Rover was waiting for him behind the building. He quickly got into the car. The driver was a handsome foreign man. He turned to look at Thunder and asked, "Thunder, did you succeed?" Thunder smiled. "I almost gave myself away. Luckily I'm alert. Jamie, let's go. I feel uncomfortable within 100 meters of the police station." Jamie laughed. "Then you still dare to take on this case?" Thunder shrugged. "Who asked you to pay me so well?" "Okay, let's go." Jamie started the car and stepped on the accelerator. The car shot out like an arrow leaving a bow. After their car drove out, a black Porsche Cayenne quietly followed them. In order not to be discovered by the other party, the distance between the Cayenne and the Land Rover was always 1 to 200 meters. Lu Xing was in charge of driving while Suzaku used a pair of binoculars to observe the direction of the Land Rover. The left fork, to the right, Suzaku kept watch while directing Lu Xing. After following for more than half an hour, the Land Rover drove to the hospital where Su Yunqian was. Thunder jumped out of the car and knocked on Su Yunqian's door with the stolen CD. Thunder had already changed his clothes. He was wearing a pair of jeans and a windbreaker. There was a bright smile on his face, just like a big boy. Su Yunqian looked at him. Her eyes moved but she didn't say a word. Her expression hid some wariness. Thunder smiled and handed the CD to her. "Don't worry, I'm here to help you. This is what you want." Su Yunqian took the CD and said lightly, "Thank you." "You're welcome. I'm leaving." Thunder waved and disappeared at the end of the corridor. Su Yunqian locked the door, took out a lighter and lit the CD. A few minutes later, the CD turned into a pile of dust and was washed down the drain. Thunder jumped into the Land Rover and started the car. The Cayenne continued to follow. Jamie glanced at Thunder and said, "Where do you live?" "I'll send you home." "No need, you can just drop me off at the next bus stop." Jamie exclaimed exaggeratedly, "No way, you took this case and got paid 1 million, but you took the bus home." Thunder smiled meaningfully. "Isn't it good to save a little?" He really got out of the car at the bus stop. Coincidentally, there was a bus coming. He didn't care where it was going and jumped on the bus. There weren't many people on the last bus. He found a seat and sat down. His deep gaze looked through the window and behind him. Suzaku saw Thunder sitting on the bus with her binoculars. She frowned slightly. Damn this guy, she didn't expect him to be so vigilant. He had separated from Jamie and was going in different directions. Her team could only split into 2 to follow. Awesome novel, Songshu 566. Chapter 265. Suzaku said in a low voice, "Lu Xing, continue to follow that Land Rover. I'll go after that man in black." Lu Xing turned to look at her. "Be careful." I know. Remember to leave him alive." "All right." Suzaku jumped down from the Cayenne and stood at the intersection. Coincidentally, a taxi came. She stopped it and asked the driver to follow the bus that Thunder was on. Although the bus had already driven a long distance, its speed was not as fast as the taxi. Soon, they caught up with the bus. The bus stopped at the bus stop. Among the people who got off, there was no Thunder. Suzaku said coldly, "Continue to follow." After following for another 7 stops, Thunder finally got off the bus. He put his hands in his trouser pockets and stood under the bus stop. His hair covered his forehead, revealing a pair of deep eyes. He stood under the bus stop leisurely until the taxi stopped by the road. Suzaku got off the car. He watched her walk over step by step and the corners of his lips curled up. "You've been following me for a long time." Suzaku said indifferently, "You're very vigilant." Thunder grinned. "In my line of work, if I wasn't vigilant, I would have been arrested long ago." Suzaku stared into his eyes. "Thunder, you're the best art forger and art thief in China. I didn't expect you to help others steal discs." Thunder's gaze swept across the iPad in her hand and he shrugged. "Looks like you've investigated me very carefully. Your database is quite impressive." Suzaku didn't deny it. She had already taken a picture of Thunder on the way and sent it to the Sanku Group's database for comparison. Very quickly, she dug out all the details of Thunder. She said indifferently, "If you cooperate, I won't make things difficult for you." Thunder's eyes flashed with a smile. "I've always been very cooperative with a beauty like you." Suzaku's expression didn't change. She said indifferently, "Who hired you to steal discs?" "Jamie." "Who's Jamie?" "Jamie is the driver in the Land Rover. He was the one who took care of my operation this time." Thunder crossed his arms and did not hide anything. "I snuck into the police station and Jamie was in charge of hacking the police station's surveillance cameras." Suzaku asked, "Jamie's identity?" Thunder shrugged. "I'm not sure. I only know that his name is Jamie." He seemed to have thought of something. "Ah, right, he should be Italian. He kept talking to me in Italian. Luckily, I'm very knowledgeable and know a little bit of Italian." Suzaku's eyes moved as she asked, "How did he contact you?" "Mobile phone." Thunder stroked his chin. "I don't know how he got my number. I'm guessing that if you call his number now, his phone will be turned off or the service will stop." Suzaku took out her mobile phone and dialed the number he gave. Sure enough, she heard a cold female voice reminding her that the user had turned off her phone. People like them wouldn't leave any evidence for others to use against them. As soon as the transaction was over, Jamie had already turned off his phone and threw it away. "All right, I've already told you everything I know. Can I go now?" Thunder spread out his hands. Suzaku replied with a faint "mm." After he turned to leave, she suddenly said in a voice that was neither loud nor soft, "I'm very curious. Why didn't Jamie kill you to silence you? Logically speaking, only the dead keep secrets. Are you really not close to each other?" A glint flashed across Thunder's eyes. He turned around and smiled mischievously. "Perhaps it's because of my personal charm that Jamie couldn't bear to kill me. We really aren't close. Otherwise, I wouldn't have told you these things." "Is that so?" Suzaku didn't comment, but her gaze followed his back as he left. Her brows slowly furrowed. Regardless of whether Thunder was telling the truth or not, the main point was that Jamie. If they caught him, they might be able to dig out Su Yunqian's backer. Thunder put his hands in his trouser pockets and walked confidently into a dark alley. When he was sure that no one was following him, he took out his phone and dialed a number. After 2 rings, Jamie's voice came through. "Yes. Jamie, let me remind you. Someone is following you. Be careful." He didn't wait for Jamie to speak and hung up the phone. He threw the phone into the trash can. He shrugged and ran his fingers through his hair sadly. Sigh, it was time for him to change his ID and phone again. Jamie really wanted to curse. Damned Thunder, couldn't he have warned him earlier? It was too late now. Jamie had already parked the car outside his apartment. Through the rearview mirror, he saw a Cayenne parked by the road. That was the stalker. Jamie frowned. He wasn't in a hurry to get out of the car. Instead, he dialed the phone in the apartment to inform his companions. Soon, 2 foreign brawny men with guns rushed out. They fired at the Cayenne. The bullets stuck in the bulletproof glass and were covered with fine cracks. The intense gunshots didn't stop. The Cayenne was shot like a beehive, but the people inside didn't move at all. The 2 brawny men held their guns and cautiously moved towards the Cayenne. A brawny man aimed at the car and waved his hand. Another brawny man kicked open the rear door that was riddled with bullet holes. The moment he stuck his head out to check, a pair of hands suddenly reached out from under the car and grabbed his ankles. Then, with great force, they pulled him back. "Ah!" the brawny man cried out in shock. His body fell back with a thud. His whole body was pulled under the car. There was an intense struggle. From time to time, arms or legs would come out of the car. The brawny man in charge of cover bent down to look down, but he didn't dare to shoot. He was worried that he would accidentally shoot his companions. Bang bang, 2 gunshots sounded. The fight under the car stopped. Blood slowly flowed out from under the car. The brawny man called his companions' names twice. There was no response. He gritted his teeth and shot under the car. Suddenly, a black figure jumped out from the other side of the car. Bang! A gunshot sounded. The brawny man was shot in the forehead. He stared dumbfoundedly at the pistol in the black figure's hand and slowly fell to the ground. Lu Xing expressionlessly glanced at the corpse in front of him. Holding a pistol, he broke into the apartment. At the same time when the gunfight happened, Jamie had already escaped into the apartment. He tied the pistol to his waist and planned to jump out of the window and escape from the backyard. He didn't expect that just as he jumped out of the window, 2 men in black suits jumped out from the bushes and captured him. Jamie knew Mikito's methods. In order to force a confession out of him, he would definitely torture himself until he was better off dead. So when the 2 men escorted him to the car, he suddenly bent his arm and hit the man in black behind him in the ribs. Taking advantage of the moment when the other party relaxed, he suddenly turned and ran towards the road. Bang! Shooting Star raised his arm and fired a shot at Jamie's leg. He fell to his knees with a thud and smashed his head onto the road. "Catch him! Don't let him die!" Lu Xing roared. 2 of his men ran over and pressed Jamie's head. Lu Xing reached out to check Jamie's breathing and pulse. His breathing was very weak. Fresh blood flowed all over the ground. He growled, "Quick, carry him to the car and send him back to the villa for treatment." When Jamie was carried to Miyamoto Hanzo's operating table, he had already stopped breathing. It turned out that not only did he hit his head on the ground, but when Lu Xing and the others pressed his head down, he also bit off his tongue. Miyamoto Hanzo shook his head. "This guy wants to die. There's no saving him." Lu Xing's expression turned ugly. Boss had instructed them to keep him alive, but he still died in his own hands. How was he going to explain this to Boss? Just then, Suzaku pushed in a man who was tied up. The man's eyes were covered with a black cloth and he was mumbling non-stop. "Why are you like this? I've already said that I don't know anything about Jamie." Lu Xing's gaze turned over. Suzaku pursed her lips and pulled the black cloth off the man's face, revealing Thunder's handsome face. Suzaku said mildly, "Jamie is already dead." When Thunder saw Jamie lying on the operating table, a complicated look flashed across his eyes. He shouted, Hey, what does his death have to do with me? I've already told you that I only took 1 million from him to help him steal the CD from the police station. Our relationship is that simple." Vermilion Bird coldly snorted, "You called Jamie in the alley, I already heard it." She raised her hand and shook the thing in her hand. "This phone is the one you threw in the trash can. How about it? I'm not wrong, am I?" More than an hour ago, Suzaku had secretly followed behind Thunder and eavesdropped on his phone call. She had then blocked Thunder from the other exit and fought with him without a word. In the end, she had subdued him and tied him up and brought him to the villa. Alright, you win. I did call Jamie, but that doesn't prove that we're old friends. He's my employer. I'm just reminding him out of goodwill. Can't I do that? Yes, of course you can. You can continue to quibble, but you'll soon know that this is wrong. Suzaku waved her hand and 2 bodyguards came forward and forced the braces into Thunder's mouth. She said coldly, "This is to prevent you from committing suicide because you can't take the torture. Welcome to hell on earth and enjoy 108 torture tools." When the bodyguards pushed a small cart full of tools in front of Thunder, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. These tools were all stained with blood. No matter which one was used on him, it would make him wish he was dead. Lu Xing put on the gloves expressionlessly and glanced at him. "It's not too late for you to talk now." Thunder shouted, I'll talk. He was just an elegant art thief who dealt with expensive art and antique dealers. At most, he would be chased by the police. He had never seen such a cruel situation. The other party hadn't even made a move and he couldn't take it anymore. Welfare, Songshu 566. Chapter 266. Tell me, I want to know Jamie's background. Lu Xing pulled up a chair and sat in front of Thunder. Thunder smiled bitterly. Actually, I really don't know much. Last year, I stole a painting by Raphael from the Uffizi Art Gallery. At that time, the seller I contacted was one of Jamie's subordinates. Jamie said that he appreciated my methods and left my contact information. This is the first time he contacted me to help him. That's simple. Don't you know the boss behind him? Lu Xing looked doubtful. Thunder was helpless. It's really that simple. I don't have a personal relationship with him. Other than knowing that he's Italian and controls the black market for art, I know nothing about him. From the information revealed by Thunder, Mika Kito could only guess that Su Yunqian was related to the Italian mafia. As for who her backer was, she didn't know. According to Thunder, he had stolen Raphael's painting, Shao Girl in a Scarf. Jamie's men had helped him dispose of the stolen goods. If he could find the whereabouts of the painting and trace back to the source of the stolen goods, he might be able to find the organization behind Jamie. Mika Kito personally called Tomac and asked him to help investigate this matter. After the interrogation, Jiang Dao walked quickly to Mika Kito and said in a low voice, "A hacker attacked our database. Dao has already followed your instructions and left a loophole for the other party. The other party has successfully destroyed the video, but Dao has also traced the IP address. It's a public network in Rome." The hacking incident once again proved that Su Yunqian was indeed related to the mafia. Mika Kito sneered. She thinks that she can sleep with Wu Yu just because she destroyed the evidence. I'm going to destroy all of her hopes. An hour later, Jiang Dao uploaded all the videos and recordings to the internet. Also, mail the backup to the TV station. Tomorrow morning, Su Yunqian will be greeted with an earth-shattering scandal. Suzaku suddenly said, "Do you want to replace the CD that was replaced by Thunder in the police station?" Mika Kito raised her hand. "I'll send someone else to handle this." As an influential figure in the underworld, how could he not bribe 1 or 2 government officials? There were also corrupt people in the police station. As long as he had something on them, they would naturally do things for him. It would be a piece of cake to change the disc. Su Yunqian tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. Until she received a mysterious phone call, telling her that the evidence in Bai Tangshan's hands had been destroyed. Only then did she feel completely relieved. She comfortably lay on the bed and slept until dawn. She was awakened by a quick knock on the door. She slowly changed her clothes and combed her hair before opening the door of the ward. Kacha kacha, the flashes of the camera almost blinded her, and she subconsciously raised her hand to cover her face. A group of reporters crowded the door, holding cameras and microphones in their hands. They asked all at once, "Miss Sue, is the video real? Did you really set up a trap for Mr. and Mrs. Bailey with the mysterious man? Miss Sue, were you really raped, or was it an act? Miss Sue, who is the mysterious man? Who is the darling you mentioned on the phone? Miss Sue, does your family know about the trap you set? Miss Sue, Miss Sue." A series of questions flooded Su Yunqian like a tide, almost suffocating her. She covered her face with one hand and blocked the reporters at the door with the other. She returned to the room and wanted to close the door, but it was blocked by two male reporters with their bodies. There was no way she could close it. Su Yunqian suddenly put down the hand that was covering her face. Tears welled up in her beautiful eyes and she sobbed softly. "Mommy, I'm so scared. Where are you?" Sob sob, the reporters were instantly dumbfounded. They held their cameras in shot, and the questions came to an abrupt end. A reporter behind shouted, "Miss Sue, your acting skills are so good. If you were to act in a movie, you would definitely win an Oscar. It's so scary. Get out of the way." Su Yunqian cried harder and harder. She cried like a pear blossom in the rain, making people pity her. "Miss Sue, stop acting. The video of you on the internet is going viral." Sob sob. Su Yunqian did not refute. Instead, she squatted down, curled up into a ball, and sobbed. She looked like an abandoned animal, pitiful and pitiful. She even cried out miserably, "Nurse, save me," as if responding to her cry for help. The doctor and nurse heard the news and rushed over. They squeezed in front of Su Yunqian and blocked the reporters behind them. "Please get out of the way. Don't film anymore. This is a hospital." A reporter put the microphone in front of the doctor and asked anxiously, "Are you Miss Sue's attending doctor? Is Miss Sue really crazy? Or did she use her superb acting skills to deceive everyone?" "No comment. Please respect my patient." The doctor politely and coldly threw down this sentence. He escorted Su Yunqian back to the ward and closed the door with a bang. The head nurse said politely, "Everyone, this is a hospital. Our patient needs to be quiet. Please leave." A female reporter smiled and said, "Head nurse, may I ask if Miss Sue is really sick?" The head nurse replied, "This is the patient's privacy. It's not convenient for us to disclose it. Everyone, please cooperate with the hospital's regulations." The reporters pestered the doctor and nurse to ask more questions, but the answers they received were, "It's not convenient to disclose," "No comment," and so on. They had to give up and leave the hospital. The doctor and nurse comforted Su Yunqian. When she calmed down, they left. They sent security guards to guard outside the ward to prevent the patient from being disturbed by the media again. Su Yunqian was the only one left in the ward. Her gaze suddenly turned cold. She turned on the computer and realized that her scandal had spread throughout the entire city. The television news and newspaper reports about her were all over the place. She had also become a celebrity on the internet. Someone dug up her previous kidnapping videos and sharply analyzed that when she read the note written by the kidnapper, her expression was strange and her expression was too fake. There were also people who collected Su Yunqian's previous public photos and reports of her participation in public welfare activities and charity activities. They criticized her smile for being too fake, criticized her for using public welfare and charity to raise her image, and accused her of being a hypocrite. After that, some employees of the Su group who were not willing to reveal their names posted that they had seen Su Yunqian throw a cup in anger with their own eyes. They had also seen her fierce gaze and strange smile. The mask of a goddess had been exposed. There were also people who revealed that they had slept with Goddess Sue. Goddess Sue had SM tendencies and even posted photos of some instruments, such as whips, handcuffs, candles, and so on. Of course, there were no photos of Goddess Sue. This person said that Goddess Sue never left any evidence that could be used against her. Therefore, except for the person involved, almost no one knew her true nature. Even her ex-boyfriend, Bailey Hahn, was kept in the dark. As soon as this post was posted, it immediately became a godly post. Tens of thousands of people reposted it, tens of thousands of people bowed to the post owner, and tens of thousands of people bombarded Su Yunqian. She soon became notorious and was despised by people. Su Yunqian was so angry that she smashed everything in the room, including the vase that Xiao Yi gave her. Because she was so angry, she did not notice that the moment the vase broke, a small black thing jumped under the bed. Damn it, calm down, I need to calm down. After venting, Su Yunqian clenched her fists and tried to calm down. The video was taken by her godfather, so who made the two phone recordings? Su Yunqian's mind raced. She clearly remembered that she made the phone calls in this room. Therefore, someone must have placed a listening device or surveillance device in the room. She looked through everything in the room, including the mattress, sofa, table, wardrobe, and even every corner of the bathroom. However, she did not find the listening device. She messed up the room, but she did not expect that the listening device she was looking for had already rolled under the bed. The Su family was implicated and the villa was surrounded by reporters. However, no matter what people said, they still believed that Su Yunqian was innocent and that she was framed. Now, Mrs. Su placed all her hopes on the authenticity of the CD. Mrs. Su wanted to visit Su Yunqian at the hospital, but she could only sneak out from the back door. She wore sunglasses and a hat and quietly came to the hospital. Fortunately, the reporters outside the room were all driven away by the nurses, so she did not encounter any obstacles when she entered. The room was in a mess. Su Yunqian was like a frightened little animal. She hugged her legs and trembled on the sofa. Her eyes were full of fear. When she saw Mrs. Su come in, she threw herself at her and cried, "Mommy, why did you come so late? There were so many people just now. It was so scary. Don't be afraid. Mommy is here." Mrs. Su held her daughter in her arms and gently stroked her back. "Yunqian, don't be afraid. Mommy won't let them hurt you." Before she came to the hospital, Su Bolin and Su Jin had already used their connections to do crisis PR and planned to clear Su Yunqian's name. Mrs. Su comforted Su Yunqian. Unexpectedly, the door of the ward was opened and the old lady of Bailey came in with her family. They were followed by 2 policemen and 2 reporters. One of the reporters was holding an interview microphone and the other was carrying a camera. They aimed the camera at Mrs. Su and Su Yunqian. "Auntie," Mrs. Su saw this and had a bad feeling. The old lady snorted. "Huilan, I'll give Su Yunqian one last chance for the sake of the friendship between our families. If she admits her mistakes in front of everyone, I'll give her a chance to turn over a new leaf. If she refuses to come to her senses, then don't blame me for being cruel." Beauty novel, Songshu 566. Chapter 267. Auntie, don't be fooled by the rumors. Yunqian would never do such a thing. Madame Su still defended her daughter at this point. The old madame's cold gaze locked onto Su Yunqian. She said coldly, "Su Yunqian, what else do you have to say for yourself?" Su Yunqian clenched her fists tightly. Her timid gaze swept across the crowd. A few thoughts flashed through her mind. In the end, she decided to take a gamble. Tears welled up in her eyes. She sobbed pitifully and said fearfully, "Grandma, you're so fierce, very well. The old madam was so angry that she stomped her walking stick on the ground. You're still pretending at this point. I'll let you die a clear death. Xiao Wang, sorry to trouble you. A policeman stood up from behind, took out a CD from his briefcase, and said, after the technical department's identification and analysis, the face of the woman in this CD is exactly the same as Miss Sue's. They belong to the same person, and the voice analysis is also a complete match. From this, we conclude that the woman in this CD is Miss Sue. Madame Sue's eyes widened in disbelief. No. No, this is impossible. Yunqian would never do such a thing. It's impossible. The old madam said coldly, Huilan, whether you believe it or not, the truth is the truth. Her cold gaze fell on Su Yunqian. Her gaze was as sharp as a knife. Su Yunqian, you're so heartless. Not only did you lie to us, but you even have the heart to lie to your parents. Look at your mother. She's been protecting you until now. How can you bear to do this? Su Yunqian's expression was blank. Even in the face of the old madam's accusation, her expression did not change at all. Madame Su grabbed her shoulders. Tears welled up in her eyes. Yunqian, tell mommy that you didn't lie to me. Tell me. Su Yunqian's blank expression didn't change, but her hands quietly clenched. The old madam's sharp gaze was fixed on her, trying to find a flaw in her. Therefore, the old madam caught her every move. Old madam stared at her hands and sneered, Su Yunqian, you finally know how to be nervous. Otherwise, why are you clenching your hands so tightly? Even though she was calm, Su Yunqian couldn't help but tremble. Mrs. Su's hands on her shoulders sensed this subtle change. Yunqian, tell me the truth. Are those videos real? Mrs. Su stared into her daughter's eyes, holding on to the last glimmer of hope. Su Yunqian was silent. She kept silent. Xiao Bao suddenly stood up. There was a strange smile on his pink cheeks. Don't force her. I have new evidence to prove that she's pretending to be crazy. He took out a recording pen from his pocket and pressed the play button. Immediately, there was the sound of things being smashed in the room. The old madam and the others looked at the messy floor. This must be the result of Su Yunqian smashing things just now. Suddenly, the sound of things being smashed stopped. Su Yunqian gritted her teeth and said, Damn it. Calm down. I need to calm down. Xiao Bao turned off the recording pen and snorted. Su Yunqian knows very well what happened. She also knows that she's in trouble. May I ask, how can a mentally ill person be so clear-headed? Madame Su shook her daughter's shoulders agitatedly. Yunqian, is this true? Did you really lie to us? Su Yunqian bit her lips tightly and didn't say a word. However, the despair in her eyes couldn't be hidden from everyone's eyes. Madame Su shook her head. She couldn't believe that her most beloved daughter would lie to her. She shook her daughter's shoulders as if she had gone crazy. Hurry up and deny it. Say that you didn't lie to me. Yunqian, tell them that you didn't lie. You didn't do those things. Su Yunqian closed her eyes in despair. Madame Su was on the verge of breaking down. She slapped her daughter's face and roared in grief, You bastard, how could you do such a thing? How could you hide it from your father and me? Do you know how much effort and tears we've shed for you? How could you trample on our hearts like this? You disappoint me. Madame Su was so angry that her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Su Yunqian hugged her nervously and called out anxiously, Mommy, doctor, doctor. The doctor rushed in and anxiously checked on Madame Su's condition. Su Yunqian stood aside, not knowing what to do. Madame Su waved her hand and the reporter stopped filming. Madame Su glanced coldly at Su Yunqian and said, Xiao Gao, I want the things you filmed to be broadcasted on TV immediately. The reporter named Xiao Gao nodded repeatedly. No problem. Let's go. Thank you for your hard work today. Madame Su chatted with the police and reporters for a while. She didn't look at Su Yunqian again and let everyone out of the ward. Soon, all the electronic screens on the street were broadcasting the short clip of Madame Su exposing Su Yunqian's true colors. All the radio stations also broadcast it one after another. More negative news about Su Yunqian came flooding in. They said that she was cold-blooded and heartless. She didn't care about her family's feelings and kept them in the dark. Her mother was so angry that she fainted. They said that she was as cunning as a fox and didn't surrender until the last moment. She became a well-known bad woman. Mothers on the street used her as a negative example to teach their young daughters. Don't learn from that bad woman. If you become like this, I'll kill you and then commit suicide. Su Yunqian's image became the source of many young girls' nightmares for many years. Su Jin and took his weak mother home from the hospital. Su Yunqian followed behind them silently. When the reporters took photos, she was like a puppet. She didn't say a word and let them take photos without any resistance. After returning home, Su Jin and helped his mother upstairs. Su Bolin sat on the sofa and stared at Su Yunqian, who was standing at the entrance. His face was livid as he roared, "Kneel." Su Yunqian's face was pale. She knelt on the ground with a thump. Her back was straight like a statue. Su Bolin was furious. He threw a thick stack of newspapers in front of her. "How did I give birth to such a shameless daughter like you?" The newspapers were scattered on the ground. Every one of them had news about her on the front page. Some said that she was hypocritical. Some said that she was having an affair behind her ex-boyfriend's back. Some accused her of framing Xia Dong and Bailey Han. Even the fact that she had faked her pregnancy to force Bailey Han to marry her was exposed. Su Yunqian finally understood what it meant to be kicked when a man is down. "You unfilial daughter. You actually hid it from us until the last moment." The more Su Bolin thought about it, the angrier he became. He raised his hand and slapped her hard on the cheek. 5 streaks of blood immediately appeared on her fair and tender face. Su Bolin wanted to slap her a second time, but Su Jin and rushed downstairs and stopped him. Su Jin and grabbed Su Bolin's arm and said in a low voice, "Dad, don't be rash. Let go of me. Let me beat this unfilial daughter to death." Su Bolin's eyes were red. How much heartache, how much tears, and how much effort had their family put in for this unfilial daughter? But she actually hid it from her family and didn't care about what her family thought at all. Just thinking about this made Su Bolin want to beat her to death. "Dad, what's the use of hitting her now? The most important thing now is to find a way to solve this problem." Su Bolin paused for a moment and slowly put down his arm. "Jin and, get ready. We're going to Bailey's house now to ask for forgiveness." His eyes flashed sharply. He stared at Su Yunqian and raised his voice. "And you, get ready. Let's go together." Su Yunqian pursed her lips and stood up trembling. Her legs were numb from kneeling for too long. She held onto the wall and slowly went upstairs. Looking at her lonely back, Su Jin and had a complicated look in his eyes. In the living room of Bailey's old residence, Su Bolin brought Su Jin and Su Yunqian to ask for forgiveness. The 3 of them stood awkwardly at the door. The old madam and Bailey Xiong sat on the sofa with cold expressions. They lowered their eyes and drank tea, as if they didn't hear the butler's announcement. After giving them the cold shoulder for nearly 10 minutes, the old madam slowly raised her head and said mildly, "President Su, thank you for coming. You brought your son and daughter. What's the matter?" Su Bolin's old face squeezed out an awkward smile. "Auntie, we're here to ask for forgiveness. He suddenly turned to Su Yunqian and said sternly, "Yunqian, kneel down." Su Yunqian didn't say a word and knelt straight on the cold floor. "I don't deserve it. I'm just an old woman with one leg in the coffin. How can I deserve Miss Su's kneel? Housekeeper, quickly help Miss Su up. President Su, please go back too. Our small temple can't afford to worship a great Buddha." The old madam's every word was laced with sarcasm, mocking Su Bolin and the other two to the point that they couldn't even raise their heads. "Miss Su, quickly get up." The butler reached out to help Su Yunqian up, but she avoided him. Her legs seemed to have grown roots as she stubbornly knelt on the ground. Su Bolin's old face turned green and white. "Auntie, I'm very ashamed. It's my fault for not teaching her well. That's why Yunqian became like this. For the sake of the friendship between our two families, please give Yunqian a chance to turn over a new leaf." The old madam coldly looked at Su Yunqian, who lowered her head and didn't say a word. "I gave her a chance, but she didn't grasp it. When she heard Xiaodong and Ahan, why didn't she think about the friendship between our two families? Bolin, if you still treat me as an elder, quickly go back. No matter what you say, I won't give you a chance." Su Yunqian suddenly knocked her forehead heavily on the ground and sobbed. "Grandma, I beg you. Please forgive me. I was confused for a moment. Don't. I don't deserve to be called grandma by you. Besides, you and Ahan have nothing to do with each other now. You have no reason to call me grandma," the old madam said mercilessly. "Butler, quickly help Miss Su up. Miss Su, quickly get up." The butler grabbed Su Yunqian's arm and forcefully pulled her up, but she remained on the ground and refused to get up. Beauty novel, Hongcha 866. Chapter 268. Su Jinan, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly raised his head. "Old madam, Yunqian is insensible and has brought a lot of trouble and harm to the Bailey's family. We don't ask for your forgiveness, we just ask that you give her a chance to start anew. Our whole family will be grateful. Jinan, you're a good boy. No matter what, I won't let go of this matter. Now, you can solve the problems outside by yourselves. I won't interfere. That's all I have to say. I'm tired. Butler, see them out. Everyone, please go back." The three of them left gloomily. Old madam suddenly said, "Wait." The three of them were delighted. Old madam said, "Butler, send President Su's gift back." The Su family looked defeated. The Bailey's family had a very important position in this media war. If they refused to let go, the Su family would have a hard time dealing with this matter. On the way home, the atmosphere was heavy. No one spoke. Su Yunqian knew that she had done something wrong, so she acted more carefully. After returning home, she didn't dare to look at her father's pale face. She quietly went upstairs and locked herself in her room. No one knew what she did. At dinner, she didn't go downstairs. Although her family was angry at what she had done, they didn't completely give up on her. They still asked the butler to send food to her room. However, the food was the same when it was sent in. She didn't eat it at all. The next morning, Su Yunqian still didn't go downstairs. Mrs. Su was worried and asked the butler to go upstairs to check on her. The butler knocked on the door. "Miss?" There was no response. "Miss, I'm coming in." The butler opened the door with the spare key. The room was empty. There was no sign of Su Yunqian at all. He looked around. There was no bathroom, cloakroom, or bedroom. Finally, he found a letter written in blood in front of the dressing mirror. The butler's fingers trembled violently. He scrambled downstairs and shouted in panic, Bad news, old master, bad news, what's going on? Sue Boland frowned. This is Mrs. Bloodletter. The butler's hands trembled as he presented the blood letter to Sue Boland. Sue Boland's eyes narrowed. He hurriedly took the blood letter and hurriedly read the words on it. All the blood in his body rushed to the top of his head. His vision turned black and he almost fainted. The butler hurriedly supported him and pinched his philtrum. Master, don't be agitated, Dad, Sue Jean, and stood up abruptly and walked over quickly. He helped Sue Boland to the sofa. Mrs. Sue nervously covered his forehead with a wet towel. Sue Boland slowly opened his eyes and grabbed Sue Jean Ann's wrist. His voice trembled. Quick, go find Yun Qian, quick. Dad, don't be agitated. I'll go and find Yun Qian right away. Sue Jinan picked up the bloody letter that had fallen to the ground and hurriedly read the handwriting on it. His expression changed greatly. Without caring about anything else, he hurriedly grabbed his coat and car keys and rushed out of the villa. Mrs. Sue wiped her tears and asked, Honey, what happened to Yun Qian? Her son left with the letter and she was the only one who didn't know what was written on it. Sue Boland shook his head and painfully closed his eyes. He didn't want to say anything more. However, the words on the letter floated clearly in his mind. Daddy, Mommy, Big Brother, I'm sorry. I was too stubborn and too stupid. I thought that love was everything. For love, I didn't hesitate to sacrifice my reputation and body. In exchange, what I got in return was betrayal and despair. I'm unfilial and brought shame to the Sue family. I don't want to be a disgrace in this world anymore. If there's an afterlife, I want to be Daddy and Mommy's daughter and Big Brother's sister. At that time, I will be filial to my parents and respect my brothers. Big Brother, please take care of Daddy and Mommy. Don't look for me and don't be sad. I brought this upon myself. I love you. Yun Qian's last words. Honey, did something happen to Yun Qian? Mrs. Sue shook Sue Boland's shoulder uneasily. Tell me, did something happen? Sue Boland's throat was filled with the taste of blood. He clenched his fists tightly. No, nothing will happen to Yun Qian. Huilan, hurry up and order the servants to go out and find Yun Qian. Okay, I got it. Mrs. Sue was terrified. She hurriedly asked the butler to call all the servants in the house and ordered them to go out and find Yun Qian. Sue Boland forced himself to sit up and called his old friend to help him. He also called the police. He thought that the chief would send people to find Sue Yun Qian for the sake of the Sue family. However, the chief tactfully said that he couldn't file a case since Sue Yun Qian had been missing for less than 24 hours. Sue Boland knew that the chief was influenced by the old lady of the Bailey. He shamelessly called the old lady. The old lady just said faintly, Sue Yun Qian's matter has nothing to do with me. Then she ruthlessly hung up the phone. The Sue couple was anxious, but they couldn't do anything. It was expected that the old lady wouldn't forgive Yun Qian for what she had done. Although the Sue family had suffered a great impact because of the scandal, it had accumulated a huge network of connections for decades. Many people were helping to find Sue Yun Qian's whereabouts. Sue Jean and drove fast all the way. Several times, he almost had an accident because of the high speed. He was anxious and his face was cold. He tried to think of where Sue Yun Qian might go. He drove almost across the entire city, but he still couldn't find her. 10 hours later, dusk had fallen. Sue Jean and drove the car to the beach with the last glimmer of hope. He ran on the beach in the wind, looking for her everywhere. Half an hour later, he saw a shoe on the edge of a cliff. He rushed over like a madman and picked up the shoe with trembling hands. It was a red high-heeled shoe with tiny crystals inlaid on the shoe. He recognized it. It was the shoe that he had given to Yunqian on her 25th birthday. Yunqian, Su Jin and held the shoe and called Su Yunqian's name in a panic. But only the sound of the wind responded to him. He ran to the edge of the cliff and leaned over to look down. A white silk scarf was wrapped around a protruding rock halfway up the mountain. The surging waves slammed against the rock, splashing water with the silk scarf and shattering all of his hopes. That silk scarf was also a gift he had given her. Su Jin and couldn't hold back his tears anymore. He knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. Yunqian, why are you so stupid? Why are you so stupid? The news of Su Yunqian jumping into the sea spread quickly. Su Bolin seemed to have aged 10 years overnight. His head was full of white spots. Madame Su cried until she fainted a few times. Her eyes were swollen like peaches. In the end, her tears ran dry and her voice became hoarse. She looked haggard like a falling autumn leaf. As the eldest son of the Su family, even if Su Jin and was heartbroken, he had to deal with the affairs of the family and the company. The salvage team searched for 2 days, but they couldn't find Su Yunqian's body. The Su family still held on to the last hope that Su Yunqian wasn't dead. Maybe she would appear again one day. When Yisiki found out that Su Yunqian's true face was exposed, she was still on vacation in Sanya. Lin Shihao took Nyonyo to play by the shallow sea. Yisiki was lying under a parasol and using her phone to surf the internet. She saw many scandals about Su Yunqian and saw her jump into the sea. She couldn't help but sit up from the recliner. That's great. This is so satisfying. Yisiki jumped off the recliner excitedly and dialed an international number. Xia Dong had just woken up from her afternoon nap. Her voice was still a little hoarse. Hello. Xia, let me tell you. Su Yunqian's scandals have been exposed. She's now a rat on the street. Everyone wants to beat her up. I only just found out that this woman is so evil. She did so many evil things. Luckily, you and Bailey Han are fine. Yisiki was very excited. Xia Dong scratched her head. Siki, calm down. Speak slowly. I'm still a little confused. Hurry up and surf the internet. Su Yunqian's evil deeds have been exposed. Apparently, she couldn't take the pressure and committed suicide out of guilt. After she jumped into the sea, her body hasn't been found yet. Xia Dong was completely awake. Her feelings were a little complicated. Although she hated Su Yunqian for causing her and Bailey Han so much trouble, she didn't hate her to the extent that she wanted her dead. Yisiki didn't hear a response for a long time and frowned. Xia, don't tell me that you sympathize with Su Yunqian and pity her. She reaped what she sowed. You mustn't sympathize with her. Xia Dong smiled. I know. I won't sympathize with her. She deserved it. By the way, Yezi, it should be very cold over there, right? Keep warm. Don't catch a cold. It's starting to get cold in the city, but Shihao and I are now on vacation in Sanya with Nyonyo. Vacation? That's great. Have fun. Don't worry about these things anymore. When Xia Dong heard that she and Lin Shihao were on vacation together, she guessed that their relationship had returned to normal. She was very happy for them. Okay. Take care of yourself. If there's anything, call me. I got it. You take care too. The two of them chatted for a while more before hanging up. Mommy, come and play. Nyonyo waved at Yisiki from afar. Coming. Yisiki put her cell phone into her handbag and left it with the owner of a nearby stall. She smiled and ran over to her husband and daughter. The family of 3 played beach volleyball on the beach. When they were tired, Lin Shihao took Nyonyo to build a castle with fine sand. Isiki took photos of them with her camera. From time to time, she would tease them and make funny poses. Then, she would press the shutter to preserve the precious moment. In the evening, someone held a bonfire party on the beach. A group of people barbecued barbecue, drank cold beer, danced, laughed, and made noise. It was very lively. The enthusiastic aunts and uncles pulled Lin Shihao's family of 3 over. Nyonyo played with a group of children. Isiki was pulled by a few aunts to teach her how to dance. Lin Shihao joked with the men. He smiled and declined the beer they offered him. He picked up a glass of coconut juice and toasted with them. A man smiled and said, "Is it because your wife is here that you don't dare to drink? I didn't expect you to be a henpecked husband." Welfare, Shinwu 799. Chapter 269. Lin Shihao smiled. "I'm not a good drinker. I'll make a fool of myself if I drink. Besides, I don't think there's anything wrong with being a henpecked husband. It's because I love her that I'm willing to be controlled by her." "Mrs. Lin, did you hear that? Your husband is confessing to you." The people around them jeered. Isiki was so busy learning the dance steps that she didn't know what to do. The auntie beside her poked her arm and whispered something in her ear. Only then did she realize what was going on over there. She looked up and smiled. Being henpecked is actually a sign that the husband dotes on his wife. "Hubby, am I right?" Lin Shihao smiled and looked at her. "Everything my wife says is right." "Oh my God, that's so mushy. The two of you are so sweet." The men present shivered and had goosebumps all over the ground. "I'm so envious and jealous. How nice would it be if my husband could dote on me like this?" The women joked half seriously, but the envy in their eyes could not be concealed. Lin Shihao walked to Isiki amidst the laughter of the crowd. He stretched out his right hand like a gentleman and smiled. "Mrs. Lin, can I have a dance with you?" Isiki saw the gentleness and expression in his eyes. She smiled and put her hand in his palm. "Mr. Lin, I'd love to." Melodious music sounded in the night. Lin Shihao hugged Isiki's waist and led her to dance on the beach. The people around them were influenced by them. They also hugged each other and danced. Nyo and her little friends acted as foodies, sitting on the beach barefooted, watching the adults dance while eating happily. There was laughter and excitement here. No one noticed that not far away, there was a woman in a white dress standing by the beach. She quietly looked over. Her gaze followed Lin Shihao and Isiki as they danced. Her eyes gradually turned cold. It was late at night. Lin Shihao hugged Nyonyo, who was sleeping soundly, and Isiki held his arm. The family of 3 returned to the hotel. After putting Nyonyo back on the bed, Lin Shihao hugged Isiki's waist and quietly left her room. Isiki pointed at the bathroom. "Hubby, do you want a shower first, or should I?" Lin Shihao hugged her tightly and leaned over to whisper in her ear, "Honey, let's shower together." Isiki's cheeks flushed red. She wanted to refuse, but when she looked up and saw his burning gaze, she didn't say anything in the end. She wrapped her arms around his neck and murmured, It was destined to be a romantic night." Lin Shihao bent down, picked her up and walked straight into the bathroom. The bathtub was large enough to accommodate 2 people. Lin Shihao turned on the tap, and hot water of moderate temperature slowly flowed down. The bathroom was filled with a layer of mist. Lin Shihao hugged her waist gently and rested his chin on her head. He smelled the fragrance of her hair and the faint smell of lemon. Her stiff body gradually relaxed. Leaning against his chest, he leaned over and whispered in her ear, "Honey, it's been hard on you all these years." She hugged his waist with both hands, and her heart was filled with warmth. She whispered, "It's been hard on you too." His burning lips gently rubbed against her earlobe. His warm breath sprayed into her ear, and he whispered, "Honey, I love you." His affectionate confession moved her. She looked up and kissed him on the lips. "Hubby, I love you too." His throat moved, and his gaze deepened. He lowered his head and sucked on her lips, which were trying to escape, and slowly deepened the kiss. His delicate kiss spread to her neck. He held her waist with one hand and held the back of her head with the other. His heart was filled with tenderness. Being able to marry her as his wife was a blessing that he had cultivated for 3 lifetimes. He secretly swore in his heart that he would protect this happiness. His hand on her waist slowly tightened, and his other hand slowly slid down her back. She was wearing a dress. He pulled down the zipper on her back, and his fingers immediately touched her smooth and delicate skin. It was so smooth that he couldn't bear to part with it. His hand slowly slid down and landed on the exquisite curve of her waist. He stared into her eyes. His deep and dark gaze was like a deep well, sucking her heart and soul in. She was deeply immersed in his deep feelings, and her chest started to rise and fall rapidly. The dress slid down her shoulders, down to her waist, and down to her ankles. He lowered his head to look at her soft pink breasts. They were perky and almost popped out of her red bra. His Adam's apple bobbed, and he lowered his head to kiss her smooth forehead again. His soft lips wandered around her face. His kiss was extremely gentle, as if he was treating a treasure, making her feel that her entire body was deeply loved by him. His fine eyelashes gently brushed against her skin like feathers, causing her heart to throb. Her body trembled, and she almost couldn't stand steadily. He suddenly pressed her against the wall, one hand on her waist, and the other holding her hand. She slowly placed it on his clothes, and his voice was low and hoarse. "Honey, help me take it off." She was so shy that her eyelashes trembled. Her hands trembled as she unbuttoned his shirt one by one, revealing his firm and broad chest. When she touched his belt, her hand paused. He bit her shoulder and said hoarsely, "Continue." She unbuckled his belt with trembling hands, and the clicking sound of metal was crisp in the bathroom. When she unzipped it, her fingers couldn't help but touch his erect area. She heard his suddenly heavy breathing, and suddenly had the thought of teasing him. Her slender fingers slowly grasped and pressed lightly. His breathing became heavier, and his hoarse voice sounded extremely sexy. "Honey, you've stirred up my fire, so you have to be responsible for extinguishing it." She could clearly feel his slightly cold fingertips sliding across her skin. His fingers slowly traced the strap of her bra, then slid to her back and gently opened it. His movements were so gentle, as if he was treating his most beloved treasure, and he was afraid that he would hurt her if he moved too hard. She curled her body against his chest, and her soft body rubbed against his hard chest. He clenched his teeth, trying to suppress it. The scorching hot air had reached its peak, as if a match would explode in this enclosed space. He suddenly carried her horizontally and placed her in the bathtub that was already filled with water. After the two of them entered the water, the hot water overflowed from the sides of the bathtub. He was worried that the hard bathtub would hurt her, so he laid down in it. This position made her feel shy, but it also allowed her to see his expression clearly. His handsome face was already covered in sweat, and his brows were furrowed together. His sexy thin lips were tightly pursed, as if he was restraining himself to the extreme. However, his movements were slow and elegant. After that, she softened in his arms, and he helped her clean the mess below. She was so tired that she couldn't even open her eyes. He gently kissed her eyes, carefully wiped the water stains on her body, and then carried her back to the bed. The bright sunlight shone in through the thin curtains. Yisiki uncomfortably turned over, frowned, and slowly sat up. Her entire body was sore, especially when she moved her legs. The soreness was even worse. Thinking about the scene last night, her cheeks couldn't help but heat up. "Hubby." She called out, but there was no response. There was a note at the bedside. "Wifey, I'm taking Nyo-Nyo to play on the beach. You're awake, come over after breakfast." With a smile on her lips, she placed the note back at the bedside. After washing up and eating breakfast, she changed into a bohemian long dress and a white straw hat, and went to the beach to meet up with Lin Shihao and his daughter. Lin Shihao took his daughter to fly a kite by the beach. Nyo-Nyo held the kite in her hand as she jogged. Lin Shihao looked at her from afar. She waved from time to time and called out to him loudly. He smiled and waved back, and the father and daughter looked very warm. A woman in a long blue dress and a sun hat slowly walked to his side and said softly, "Senior." Lin Shihao's body stiffened, and he slowly turned around. His expression was not good. "Mei Wei, why are you here?" Bai Mei Wei had a faint smile on her face. "Senior, have you forgotten that I was planning to go to Sanya for a holiday? Although you can't accompany me, I can't waste my holiday, right?" Lin Shihao pursed his thin lips and said in a low voice, "I hope that you can pretend that you didn't see me." Bai Mei Wei was stunned, and the corners of her lips slowly turned up. "Okay, I won't disturb your family of 3. They stood sideways on the beach and didn't see Yisiki walking over leisurely from afar. Yisiki recognized Lin Shihao at a glance and quickened her steps towards him. Unexpectedly, a woman in a long blue dress and a yellow sun hat suddenly appeared beside him. The two of them seemed to be talking about something. Ever since the incident with Bai Mei Wei, Yisiki had become more sensitive. She felt a little uncomfortable when she saw a woman getting close to Lin Shihao. She almost jogged to a spot not too far away from them, then slowed down her steps and deliberately pretended to be very relaxed as she walked over to them. "Hubby, I'm here." Yisiki smiled as she called out Lin Shihao's name. She didn't even look at Bai Mei Wei. Lin Shihao did not expect her to suddenly appear, and a hint of panic quickly flashed through his eyes. He subconsciously took 2 steps forward and blocked in front of her, blocking her line of sight. "Wife, have you eaten breakfast?" "Yes, I have." Yisiki deliberately took a step sideways and glanced at Bai Mei Wei, whose back was facing them. "Hubby, who is that? Is she someone we know? Why don't you introduce her?" Lin Shihao pursed his lips. Just as he was about to say something, Bai Mei Wei suddenly turned around and said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, what a coincidence." Yisiki was stunned. Because Bai Mei Wei was wearing a hat, she couldn't see her face clearly from afar. Now that she realized it was her, Yisiki's entire body stiffened, and she almost stopped breathing. "Honey," Lin Shihao worriedly put his arm around her shoulders and hurriedly explained, "Honey, Dr. Bai happened to be on vacation here too." Dr. Bai, a way to draw the line. Bai Mei Wei pinched her fingers into her palms and smiled faintly. "Yes, sister-in-law, I also applied for a vacation. I didn't expect to choose the same place as you guys. I saw Senior and came over to say hello. I hope I didn't disturb you guys." Awesome novel, Shinwoo 799. Chapter 270. Yisiki lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes casting faint shadows on her eyelids. Lin Shihao tightened his grip on her shoulder. His worry and nervousness were transmitted to her. She forced a smile and slowly raised her head, revealing a faint smile. "How could that be? I hope you have fun." Bai Mei Wei smiled. "Thank you. I hope you have fun too. My friend is waiting for me over there. I'll go over first." Yisiki nodded and watched her graceful back disappear into the distance. She slowly pushed Lin Shihao's hand off her shoulder and silently walked over to Nyo-Nyo. Wifey, Lin Shihao quickly chased after her and suddenly grabbed her arm. He pulled her into his embrace and said anxiously, Wifey, believe me. We really just met by chance. There's nothing between us. Yi Siki lowered her eyes. Her eyes were filled with tears. She didn't know if she should believe him anymore. Why did they have so many coincidences? Wifey, look up at me. Lin Shihao saw that she was silent and panicked. He lifted her chin and saw that her eyes were filled with tears. His heart ached. He lowered his head and kissed her eyes. Siki, baby, don't cry. There's really nothing between us, his gentle coaxing poked at her tears. She suddenly burst into tears. Her hands balled into fists and she hit his back fiercely. She broke down and shouted, What do you want? What do you want? Don't cry, baby. Her cries were like sharp knives cutting into his heart. His heart was about to break. He hugged her tightly and frantically wiped away her tears. I hate you. She hit his back hard. I hate you. It's all my fault. Lin Shihao's eyes were also filled with tears. The two of them hugged each other tightly as if there was no one else around. The people on the beach looked at them in surprise. Nyo saw that something was wrong from afar. She pulled her kite and ran over. She tripped on a sand dune and fell with sand all over her face. She wiped her face and got up to continue running. Mommy, what's wrong? Nyo's small chest rose and fell rapidly. She looked up in fear and saw Yi Siki crying in Lin Shihao's arms. Her daughter's childish voice was like cold water, waking Yi Siki up. She took a deep breath and tried to suppress the emotions in her heart. She wiped the tears from her face and forced an ugly smile. Nyo, Mommy is fine. Mommy, are you feeling unwell? You're crying so sadly. Nyo was already 6 years old. She was not a child that was easy to fool. Nyo's hair. How did you get sand all over your body? How? Why are you all covered? Sand. How? Nyo lifted her chubby little hand and wiped away the tears on her mother's face. She said seriously, Mommy, who bullied you? Tell me and I'll hit him for you. Yi Siki smiled through her tears and pinched her daughter's tender cheeks. No one bullied me. My Nyo is the most obedient. Lin Shihao bent down and picked Nyo up. He ruffled her soft hair. Nyo, are you tired? Let's go back and rest for a while, okay? Okay. Nyo nodded obediently. She turned to look at Yi Siki. She puffed up her cheeks and said seriously, Mommy, hold Daddy's arm. Don't get lost. Mommy isn't like you. I won't get lost. Yi Siki smiled and ruffled her daughter's hair. Mommy, hold my arm. Hold my arm. The little girl was smart. She seemed to have noticed that something was wrong with Daddy and Mommy, so she begged her. Lin Shihao pursed his lips and reached out his arm. Honey, let's satisfy Nyo's request. Under her daughter's expectant gaze, Yi Siki slowly held Lin Shihao's arm. Nyo was playing with her new friends in the courtyard of the hotel. Yi Siki sat on the balcony and watched from afar. Lin Shihao hugged her shoulders from behind. Her body stiffened. She wanted to struggle, but she gave up in the end and let him hug her. He lowered his head and rubbed his chin against her hair. Honey, don't be angry. Yi Siki looked at the wide palm trees that glowed charmingly under the sun. A couple walked hand in hand under the trees with sweet smiles on their faces. In a trance, she seemed to see herself and Lin Shihao when they were in university. Every morning, he would wait for her under the parasol tree under the girls' dormitory. He would bring her breakfast, rain or shine. At that time, they were just good friends. Until one day, she told him that a boy from the Chinese department had written her a love poem. He suddenly grabbed her wrist and told her very seriously that he liked her. They were together just like that. They dated for 8 years and were married for 7 years. She had always trusted him. She never thought that he would betray her one day, but now, her heart was filled with a sense of crisis. Bai Mei Wei was beautiful, talented, and had a good family background. She, on the other hand, was already a haggard old woman. Even if Lin Shihao kept saying that he loved her, she still felt insecure and became more and more sensitive. Wifey. He hugged her, his words full of flattery. She sighed and held his hand. She whispered, "Hubby, it's not your fault. I was too sensitive. I overreacted." Now that she thought about it, she had cried and made a scene in public just now. It was simply too embarrassing. He kissed her forehead and hugged her tightly without saying a word. A single slip could lead to everlasting regret. He was the one who had personally broken her trust in him. It would take a long time to repair that trust. He hesitated and thought about whether he should confess to her about his agreement with Bai Mei Wei. Just as he was about to speak, his phone suddenly rang. It was Director Bai. Lin Shihao cleared his throat and picked up the phone. "Hello, Director. What's the matter?" Bai Jiao said apologetically, "Xiao Lin, I'm very sorry to disturb your vacation. It's like this. The municipal party secretary's daughter is about to give birth. The expected date is in 2 days. They want to invite you to be the midwife." Lin Shihao frowned. "Director, Dr. Wang and Dr. Chen are more experienced. Can you ask them to deliver the baby?" "Xiao Lin, I know that you're on vacation now and shouldn't mention this kind of thing. But the municipal party secretary personally asked you to deliver his daughter. I'm also very helpless." Lin Shihao pursed his lips. Bai Jiao said, "How about this? I'll make up for the 2 days of vacation you missed at the end of the year. What do you think?" Since the director had already said so, Lin Shihao couldn't refuse anymore. He could only say, "Okay, Director. I'll be back tomorrow." After ending the call, he sat beside Yisiki and said apologetically, "Honey, there's a pregnant woman who asked me to deliver the baby. I'll be flying back to City A tomorrow. I'm very sorry." Yisiki put her hand on his forehead and rubbed his furrowed brows. She smiled slightly. "It's okay. You can go back first. I'll take Nyo out to play for 2 days. But you have to come to the airport to pick us up." "Okay." He took her into his arms and kissed her forehead. "Honey, thank you." He thanked her for supporting his work all these years. The next morning, Lin Shihao took a plane back to City A. Yisiki wanted to send him to the airport, but he insisted. The two parted at the hotel entrance. He ignored everyone's gaze and hugged her tightly. He kissed her forehead before letting her go. He bent down and hugged Nyo. "Nyo, Daddy will go home first. You have to listen to Mommy these 2 days. Don't run around." "I got it. Goodbye, Daddy." Nyo kissed him on the cheek. The doorman opened the car door for Lin Shihao. After he got into the car, he waved at Yisiki and his daughter reluctantly. The mother and daughter smiled and waved back. Only when the car disappeared did Yisiki retract her gaze. She bent down and pinched her daughter's cheek. "Baby, it's just the 2 of us now. Where do you want to go?" "Swimming pool. I want to learn how to swim." "Okay, let's go to the swimming pool. Let's go back to the room to get our swimsuits first." Yisiki held her daughter's little hand. The mother and daughter chatted and laughed as they returned to the room. This five-star hotel had a very spacious open-air swimming pool. In front of the white building, there was a large area of clear water. Many tropical trees were planted on the side of the road. Under the sunshade, there were white reclining chairs. Many men and women in swimsuits were sunbathing on the shore or swimming in the pool. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the sun was a little strong. However, with the sea breeze blowing, it didn't feel hot. Nyo-Nyo, lie down on the chair. Mommy will apply sunscreen for you. Isiki took the towel draped over her daughter's body and applied sunscreen for her. Aya, it's so itchy. Her daughter giggled and flipped over on the chair. Isiki smiled and said, it'll be done soon. Bear with it a little longer, Mommy, I'll help you apply the sunscreen. After applying it, Nyo-Nyo snatched the sunscreen from her hands. Okay. Isiki lay face down on the lounge chair. Her daughter's chubby little hand applied the sunscreen on her back. After applying the sunscreen, Isiki pulled her daughter with one hand and held the children's swimming ring with the other. They walked towards the shallow water area. Under the parasol opposite them, a man wearing sunglasses sat on the lounge chair. He was bare-chested and wore a pair of black swimming trunks. His firm chest and abdominal muscles were perfect without a trace of fat. The women by the pool couldn't help but blush and their hearts beat faster. He held a glass of fresh orange juice in his hand. After seeing Isiki and her daughter, he placed the orange juice on the table. His slender fingers took off his sunglasses, revealing his deep eyes. They were as mysterious and beautiful as a lake in late autumn. His nose was very, very tall, and his facial features were handsome and charming. His lips curved into a devilish smile, making his mature face even more charming. Ad Shinwoo 799. Chapter 271. Two beauties in bikinis were about to spurt blood from their noses. Their faces were red as they tried to strike up a conversation with him. He glanced at them and smiled. I'm sorry, but I'm already married. The beauties' hearts were broken. He ignored the beauties' gazes and got up. With steady steps, he walked towards Isiki and her daughter. So he's really married. His child is already so big. The two beauties hugged each other with tears in their eyes. Why did such a charming man become someone else's husband? Boo-hoo. Xiao Tianxing walked towards Isiki step by step. Looking at the two of them in swimsuits of the same color, holding hands and chatting happily, he couldn't help but imagine what it would be like if he had a wife and daughter. Isiki held Nyo-Nyo's hand and turned her head to talk to her. She didn't pay attention to what was in front of her until a pair of long legs blocked them. She subconsciously looked up and suddenly met a pair of deep eyes. Xiao Tianxing raised his eyebrows and chuckled. What a coincidence. Isiki was stunned. The next second, her face was a little hot. This person was half naked and very close to her. She silently took a step back. His eyes revealed a teasing look. What? Don't you recognize me again? Isiki pursed her lips. Mr. Xiao, why are you here? Xiao Tianxing nodded casually. So you still remember me? Not bad. This is a tourist attraction. Naturally, I'm here for a vacation. Isiki subconsciously looked around. Alone? Xiao Tianxing smiled meaningfully. I have a female companion. Oh. She thought that a rich young master like him wouldn't come to such a place for a vacation alone. She shook her daughter's hand and said politely, Mr. Xiao, that's all. I'm going to take Nyo-Nyo swimming. Xiao Tianxing suddenly squatted down and pinched Nyo-Nyo's pink cheeks. He said gently, You're Nyo-Nyo. Nyo-Nyo blinked her beautiful big eyes, revealed a cute smile, and sweetly said, "Hello, uncle." "Good girl." Xiao Tianxing rubbed her hair. "How old are you?" 6 years old. Nyonya tilted her head curiously. "Uncle, are you friends with my mommy?" "I've never seen you before." Xiao Tianxing's eyes curved into crescents with warmth. "I'm your mommy's new friend. Uncle is very good at swimming. Do you want uncle to teach you?" Before Nyonya could answer, Yisiki hurriedly said, "No, Mr. Xiao. I won't trouble you." Xiao Tianxing carried Nyonya and stood up. "It's no trouble at all." After that, he walked straight to the pool. Yisiki hurriedly chased after him. "Mr. Xiao, I really don't want to trouble you. You should accompany your female companion." Xiao Tianxing looked back at her and raised his eyebrows. "I'm accompanying her." Yisiki's mouth twitched and her face turned ugly. "Mr. Xiao, I don't think you need me to remind you that I'm married." "I know. Are you interested in me?" He showed a frightened expression and took a step back. "I don't like a married woman like you." "Very well, then please explain your current behavior." Yisiki frowned. She didn't like the feeling of being ambiguous with men. Xiao Tianxing sighed. "Mrs. Lin, you seem to be too sensitive. Let me ask you, where's your husband?" "What does this have to do with my husband?" Yisiki's frown deepened. "Idiot." Xiao Tiancheng's face was full of disappointment. He lowered his voice and said, "If your husband sees you with the handsome me, do you think he'll be jealous? If he is jealous, it means that he still has feelings for you, so he will do this and that. Do you understand?" Yisiki's frown slowly relaxed. "I think I understand a little. You mean to deliberately pretend to be very intimate with me to provoke my husband." Xiao Tianqing's eyes were full of admiration. "You're a promising child." Yisiki shook her head. "I'm sorry to inform you that this trick won't work because my husband has already left Sonia." Okay. We'll wait for another chance." Xiao Tianxing had no intention of putting Nyonya down. Instead, he carried her into the water. Yisiki quickly followed them into the water. "You don't have to act now. You'd better leave quickly. I haven't taught Nyonya how to swim yet." Xiao Tianxing lowered his head and smiled at Nyonya. "Nyonya, lie on my arm and try to make yourself float." "Okay." The little girl's comprehension ability was very strong. She lay on Xiao Tianqing's arm and paddled with her little arms. Her little short legs slapped the water surface, splashing water all over Xiao Tianqing's head. He didn't care and shook his head to shake off the water droplets. He smiled and said, "Very good. Nyonya, continue." Yisiki was speechless as she watched from the side. From time to time, she would help correct Nyonya's posture. She and Xiao Tianxing cooperated seamlessly. Half an hour later, Nyonya was able to successfully float without leaning on Xiao Tiancheng's arm. She kicked her short legs, waved her small hands, and circled around them. Giggling happily, she accidentally drank a mouthful of water. With a bitter face, she stuck out her tongue and shook her head like a puppy. Xiao Tianxing laughed loudly. If the little girl wasn't still paddling, he really wanted to pick her up and rub her hair. She was too cute, just like the Tibetan Mastiff that Ayun raised. What a lousy metaphor. In an hour, little Nyonya was already able to swim 3 to 4 meters without any help. She smiled proudly. "Mommy, Uncle Xiao, aren't I awesome?" "Awesome." Xiao Tianxing picked her up and kissed her cheek. He laughed heartily and said, "Nyonya, you're really awesome. Uncle Xiao also wants to have a daughter as smart as you. Then hurry up and find a wife and have one." Yisiki quickly snatched her daughter from his arms and looked at him vigilantly. "Don't be so petty. I won't fight with you." Xiao Tianxing reached out and patted Nyo's head. Nyo, Uncle Xiao Tianxing will be your godfather, okay? Nyo bit her lip with her snow-white teeth and blinked her big eyes. Uncle, I can't make the decision on this matter. You have to discuss it with my daddy and mommy. Yes. My good daughter is right. Yisiki praised her daughter and kissed her cheek. She looked up and stared at Xiao Tianxing. My husband and I will definitely not agree to this. Xiao Tianxing spread his hands. Why? Isn't it good to have one more person to dote on Nyo? Nyo already has many people doting on her. She doesn't need you. Actually, she didn't want to have anything to do with him. Xiao Tianxing clasped his hands over his heart and looked hurt. I'm simply too sad to hear you say that. Yisiki smiled and changed the topic. Thank you so much for today. We'll get going first. Goodbye. Nyo hugged Yisiki's neck and waved her small hands with a smile. Uncle Xiao, goodbye. Xiao Tianxing soaked in the pool and watched the mother and daughter with a swimming towel draped over their shoulders as they slowly walked away holding hands. His sexy thin lips curved slightly. He put on his swimming goggles and suddenly dove into the water and swam towards the opposite shore. Under the sunlight, his wheat-colored body had a mesmerizing glow. When he stood up from the water droplets slowly rolled down his muscular chest and slid down his slender legs to the ground. His entire body exuded a fatal charm. At 8:00 in the evening, Yisiki accompanied her daughter to watch a few episodes of cartoons. The little girl was tired and fell asleep in her arms. She carried her daughter who was wearing cherry ball pajamas and placed her back on the bed. After she came out of the shower, she heard her phone ring. It was Lin Shihao. Honey, are you asleep? She wiped her hair with one hand. Not yet. I just took a shower. How about you? I just came out of the hospital. Close the doors and windows when you sleep at night. Don't lower the temperature of the air conditioner too low and cover yourself with the blanket. His voice was gentle and he reminded her a lot of things. She smiled. Okay, I got it. Hurry and go home. Drive carefully on the road. Have you eaten? A boring conversation between the husband and wife began. I ordered takeout, but it's not as good as yours. Yisiki smiled. Wait for me to go home. I'll cook something good for you. Lin Shihao chuckled. My wife is so nice. You're so mushy, do you want to hear something even more mushy? She laughed. Yes. His voice was low and very serious. Honey, I miss you. She stopped smiling and replied, He was unhappy. What do you mean by Did you miss me? She purposely made him angry. Means I know. Didn't we just say goodbye this morning? I don't miss you. He gritted his teeth and was a little annoyed. Hurry up and tell me you miss me too. Otherwise, I won't hang up. Are you an idiot? If you don't hang up, I can. She raised her eyebrows proudly. I won't tell you even if I miss you. He laughed happily. You just admitted that you miss me. Did I say that? Why don't I remember? Honey, you're being naughty again. When you come back, I'll punish you. She thought of his so-called punishment and blushed. I'm hanging up. Hurry and go home. Okay, I miss you. Good night. Good night. I miss you too. After ending the call and drying her hair, it was almost 9:00. Her phone suddenly rang again. It was an unknown number. Hello. A familiar woman's voice came from the other end of the line. Sister-in-law, I'm by Mei Wei. Can I see you? Isiki suddenly gripped the phone tightly. After a while, she found her voice. What's the matter? I want to talk to you in person. It's very late now. Let's do it tomorrow. I'm going back to City A tomorrow. Let's do it now. I'll wait for you at Purple Melody Bar. Isiki changed her clothes and looked at herself in the dressing mirror in a daze. Thinking about Bai Meiwei's beautiful face, she finally decided to put on some light makeup. Purple Melody Bar was not far from the hotel she was staying at. For the customers at the bar, the night had just begun. Awesome novel, Shinwoo 799. Chapter 272. The lights in the bar flickered and the electronic music was deafening. The huge stage was brightly lit and a group of beauties in bikinis were dancing erotically. Bai Meiwei was wearing a sexy red dress with a deep V-neck. Her deep cleavage was faintly discernible. She had exquisite facial features and a gentle smile on her face. Isiki thought that if she were a man, she would also be attracted to such a beautiful woman like her. Isiki sat opposite her. Bai Meiwei pushed a drink in front of her and said, "This is a non-alcoholic drink. I ordered it for you." Isiki said politely, "Thank you, Miss Bai. What do you want to talk to me about?" Bai Meiwei smiled slightly. Under the dim light, her smile was really alluring. "Sister-in-law, I think you can tell that I love Shi Hao." Shi Hao. She actually called him so intimately. Isiki's chest burned with anger. She dug her nails into her palms, but her expression was calm. "So?" Bai Meiwei's smile froze. "I love him. I can give him status, fame, and money. So please leave him." Isiki's eyes narrowed and she stared at her sharply. "Did old Lin ask you to tell me this?" Bai Meiwei's red lips curved. "No, but that's what he thinks." Isiki sneered. "Is that so? If that's what he really thinks, then please tell me himself. You don't have to worry about our marriage." Bai Meiwei's lips moved. Some words almost slipped out of her mouth, but she held them back and maintained her elegant smile. "After all, you are his wife. He can't say these words, so I'll pass them on to you. Then I really have to thank you." Isiki's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. "Only now do I know that the third party in other people's relationships is so shameless. If this is what you want to talk to me about, then I'm sorry I can't keep you company." Isiki got up to leave. Bai Meiwei suddenly said, "Isiki, do you know what Shi Hao really wants?" Isiki turned around and stared at her coldly. "Plain happiness and a harmonious family. He told me these words before we got married." Bai Meiwei laughed mockingly. "You really don't understand him. Why is he so responsible? Why is his work first and his family second? It's because he wants to develop his career. A man's success can only be reflected through power and status. After my father retires, he can recommend Shi Hao to be the hospital's director. He will be the youngest director in the hospital's history. And you? What can you give him?" Isiki's fingernails dug deep into her palms, and her voice was extremely cold. "What I can give him is my love, my wholehearted, pure love. And he, too, loved me and our family. Bai Meiwei, you claim to understand him. Why don't you ask him how much you weigh in his heart?" Bai Meiwei opened her mouth. Just as she was about to speak, Isiki suddenly cut her off and closed in on her. "Don't tell me that he loves you too. If he really loved you, he would have naturally asked for a divorce. You wouldn't even have a chance to negotiate with me. You came to me because you couldn't hold on to his heart, so you turned around and forced me to leave. Bai Meiwei, as someone who is a few years older than you, let me remind you. Don't be a mistress. All along, mistresses have never had a good ending. Her words hit Bai Meiwei's sore spot. Bai Meiwei's expression turned ugly. She looked at Shi Hao with disdain and said coldly, "So you also know that you're a few years older than me. You're old and wrinkled. Do you really think you can hold on to Shi Hao's heart like this?" Yi Siki laughed coldly. "Then I'm sorry. Old Lin has already loved me like this for 8 years. Our conversation ends here. I'll pay for this drink." She took out a bill from her wallet and placed it on the table. Then she walked away arrogantly in her high heels. Bai Meiwei was so angry that she gritted her teeth and punched the sofa. She thought Yi Siki was just an ignorant housewife. She didn't expect her to be so eloquent. It looked like she had underestimated her opponent. After coming out of the bar, Yi Siki's entire body was trembling. She was both excited and angry. This Bai Meiwei was too brazen. She was starting to wonder if this woman had deliberately arranged for old Lin to have sex with her after he got drunk. She was so angry. Yi Siki didn't return to the hotel directly. Instead, she went to a bar next to Zidiao. This bar was different from Zidiao. The music here was gentle and the atmosphere was relaxed. Couples sat in private rooms, their actions intimate as they whispered to each other. It was very heartwarming. She sat by the window with a belly full of anger. This was the second floor, so she had a good view of the bright lights outside. She could even hear the sound of the waves. There were no couples around her, so it was quieter. "Give me a glass of beer, thank you." The waiter brought the beer over. She drank half the glass in one go and slammed the glass on the table. Only then did her trembling fingers calm down. After calming down, Bai Meiwei's words were like a demon's voice that lingered in her mind. She couldn't help but admit that what she said made sense. Lin Shihao was arrogant. He wanted to make a career out of himself. She couldn't give him fame, fortune, or money. Although reason told Yi Siki not to let her imagination run wild and to trust Lin Shihao a little more, there was still a small voice in her heart that said, Bai Meiwei is right. She has what Shihao wants. She can make Shihao happier. If Shihao doesn't need those things, then how can he explain lying to you that night at the bar with Bai Meiwei? What happened at the bar was like a thorn in Yi Siki's heart. It pierced her heart until it bled. She didn't know how many glasses of beer she had drunk. Anyway, when she realized that something was wrong, she was already lying on the table and couldn't get up. After getting drunk, her tear duct seemed to be especially developed. She lay on the table and sobbed. Xiao Tianqing walked into the bar with a tall and handsome man. The man patted him on the shoulder. "Tianqing, how is it? My bar is on par with your charm, right?" "Xiao Rui, I didn't expect you to really come to Sanya to open a bar. Didn't Uncle Xiao break your legs?" Xiao Tianqing teased. "He wanted to break my legs, but ever since he came to Sanya and saw my bar, he said he wouldn't care about me anymore." Xiao Rui laughed heartily. The two sat at the bar and the bartender served them 2 glasses of beer. "This place is very good. It's much more relaxed and comfortable than a city. No wonder you came here and didn't want to go back." Xiao Tianqing raised his glass and clinked it with Xiao Rui's. "It's rare that you're willing to come and see me. Stay for 2 more days. I'll take you out to sea tomorrow." Xiao Tianqing smiled. "Okay." Xiao Rui raised his eyebrows. "Oh right, there are so many beauties on the beach. Didn't you have 2 one-night stands?" Xiao Tianqing held his glass and chuckled. "Maybe it's because I'm old. I don't think it's interesting anymore." Xiao Rui exclaimed exaggeratedly, "No way. Other than Ah Yun, you're the best at having fun among us. You actually think it's boring. Is it because it can't do it anymore?" He stared at Xiao Tianqing's lower body maliciously. Xiao Tianqing raised his eyebrows and smiled evilly. Thank you for your concern. It is very good. Why don't you give it a try? Xiao Rui shrugged his shoulders. Forget it. I don't have that kind of hobby. Xiao Rui was from City A and was also Xiao Tianqing's friend in their circle. 2 years ago, he gave up his father's business and ran to Sanya to open a small bar. This time, Xiao Tianqing came to Sanya because he was invited by him. The two of them drank and chatted, laughing non-stop. Yi Siki was completely drunk. She lay on the table, motionless. A well-dressed middle-aged man had been secretly observing her for a long time. About 10 minutes later, he saw that she was still lying on the table in the same position. He walked over, put his hand on her shoulder, and shook it. Miss, are you okay? Yi Siki looked up shakily and giggled. Hubby, the middle-aged man was stunned. He grinned and revealed a strange smile. Honey, why are you drunk? Come, I'll take you home. Okay. Yi Siki opened her arms. Carry me, okay, I'll carry you. The middle-aged man licked his lips and turned around. He bent down and squatted in front of her. Honey, come on up. Bam! A heavy body fell on top of him. He gritted his teeth, grabbed Yi Siki's legs, and stood up. Because he was carrying someone on his back, he was extra careful when he went down the stairs. When he reached the lobby on the first floor, he suddenly couldn't walk. It turned out that Yi Siki was hugging the railing next to her and mumbling, Hubby, I'm so dizzy, put me down, honey, we'll be there soon. Bear with it for a while. The man tugged hard, but she didn't budge. Sweat broke out on his forehead. He panted and persuaded her, Honey, Gigai, let go. We'll be home soon. No, I'm dizzy, put me down. Yi Siki didn't let go of the railing and shouted unhappily. This bar had always been a cozy one. There was no noisy singing and dancing, so it was quieter. Yi Siki's shout was especially eye-catching. Even Xiao Tianqing and Xiao Rui, who were sitting at the bar and chatting, noticed it. Let me down. I'm so dizzy. I want to vomit. Yi Siki hugged the railing tightly and struggled with her legs. The man was so anxious that he was sweating. He had no choice but to put her down. He turned around and hugged her. Honey, let me carry you. Hang in there for a while. We'll be back at the hotel soon. She covered her mouth in discomfort and nodded her head in confusion. The man hurriedly picked her up, regardless of the curious eyes of the people, hurriedly walked out. Suddenly, an arm grabbed his collar from behind. Honey, what's wrong? He thought Yi Siki was throwing a tantrum again. Unexpectedly, a low and cold voice responded to him. Who's your wife? Welfare, Songshu 566. Chapter 273. The man was shocked. He turned around and saw a tall man standing in front of him. His handsome face was cold, and his eyes were as sharp as knives. The man couldn't help but tremble. He quickly calmed down and said, Who are you? Don't be a busybody. Xiao Tianqing glanced at Yi Siki, who was lying in his arms. He approached him step by step and said coldly, Are you her husband? The man raised his chin. That's right. I'm her husband. Xiao Tianqing's lips curled into a sneer. If you're her husband, then who am I? The man was shocked and stared at Xiao Tianqing in disbelief. Xiao Tianqing grabbed Yi Siki's arm and said coldly, I'll give you 1 second to put my wife down. Otherwise, I'll call the police. I'm sorry. I was just kidding. The man hurriedly stuffed Yi Siki into Xiao Tianqing's arms and ran out of the door. Hey, hubby, don't go. Yi Siki tried to grab hold of the man, but Xiao Tianqing pulled her into his arms. Idiot! Xiao Tianqing's face was extremely ugly. He wanted to throw her into the pool to sober her up. Xiao Rui crossed his arms and looked like he was watching a good show. Tianqing, when did you get married? Why didn't I know about it? Xiao Tianqing glanced at him sharply and said calmly, don't talk nonsense. She's just an ordinary friend of mine. Give me a room. She needs to sober up. Let's go. I'll take you there. Xiao Rui knew Xiao Tianqing's temper, so he stopped talking. Xiao Tianqing carried Yi Siki in his arms. After taking 2 steps, she suddenly turned her head and vomited. Xiao Rui frowned in disgust. Xiao Tianqing closed his eyes. He felt a warm sensation on his chest and something slid down slowly. An unpleasant smell wafted into his nose. Ugh! Xiao Rui couldn't help but cover his mouth when he saw the mess on Xiao Tianqing's chest. Brother, room 106. This is all I can do for you. Forgive me. He stuffed the key card into Xiao Tianqing's pocket and ran to the bathroom. Xiao Tianqing raised his head and walked to the room step by step with a heroic expression. When he reached the door, he put her down, took out the key card, opened the door, and entered the room. The first thing he did was to throw her on the sofa, then quickly took off his contaminated shirt and threw it into the trash can. He could finally breathe again. He carried Yi Siki into the bathroom with his upper body naked. He turned on the shower and the hot water splashed down on her face. She coughed uncomfortably. Hubby. You idiot. It would have been better if she hadn't mentioned it. As soon as she said that word, Xiao Tianqing's stomach burned with anger. Don't drink if you can't drink. You got drunk and got cheated by someone. How could you hug someone and call him hubby? You're so stupid. Xiao Tianqing rubbed her hair hard and used the hot water to wash away the filth on her body. She was wearing a beige dress. When it got wet, the fabric wrapped around her body, outlining her beautiful figure. He was so angry that he didn't notice it. He was still scolding her. You idiot. No wonder you're Xia Dong's friend. You're as stupid as her. No, you're even stupider than her. She knows she can't drink, but at least she'll drink when her friends are around. What about you? How dare you get drunk in an unfamiliar place? Do you have a death wish? Cough, cough. It's so uncomfortable. Yi Siki's nose got wet and she couldn't stop coughing. She leaned against his broad chest and squirmed uncomfortably. You're going to be the death of me. Xiao Tianqing lowered his head to look at her pitiful appearance. The anger in his heart subsided slightly. He turned off the shower and turned on the tap in the bathtub, intending to throw her into the bathtub. In the end, when he helped her into the bathtub, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. The wet fabric wrapped around her body. He could even see the color of her bra. Her perky breasts, slender waist, and long legs were all clear at a glance. He suddenly felt his body temperature rise. His throat was a little dry, and his heart felt like there were little worms crawling around. It was numb. He hurriedly got her into the bathtub and backed out of the bathroom. He took off his wet trousers and changed into a bathrobe. He called Xiao Rui over and said, "Bro, get a waitress to come over and help my friend bathe." Xiao Rui put his fist to his lips and coughed. He smiled mischievously and said, "Casanova, this is such a good opportunity. Why don't you do it yourself?" Xiao Tianqing smacked him on the head and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? She's Ahan's wife's best friend. She has a husband and a child. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll chop you up." Enough, enough. I'm just kidding. Wait a moment. I'll arrange it. Xiao Rui quickly brought a pretty waitress over. The girl nodded at Xiao Tianxing and then went into the bathroom to help Yisiki bathe. It was inappropriate for two grown men to stay here, so they went to the hall to have a drink. Half an hour later, the waitress came back and said that she had helped Yisiki change her clothes and helped her to the bed to rest. Xiao Tianxing patted Xiao Rui on the shoulder and said, I'll go check on her. Go ahead. Xiao Rui's smile was a little strange. Although his good friend had repeatedly emphasized that they were just ordinary friends, he could tell that Xiao Tianxing cared a little too much about Yisiki. Yisiki had indeed fallen asleep. She lay quietly on the bed, her delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed. Her face looked a little pale under the light. For some reason, Xiao Tianxing felt that she looked a little weak and pitiful. He stood by the bed for a while and then took her handbag. He carefully opened it and found a hotel room card. They were staying in the same hotel on the same floor. He thought for a moment and decided to take her back to the hotel in case little Nyonya woke up in the middle of the night and found that her mother was gone. Who knew how frightened she would be? He wrapped her in a blanket and carefully carried her up. He walked to the hall and met Xiao Rui. He greeted him and said, Xiao Rui, she's staying in the same hotel as me. I'll take her back to the hotel. Xiao Rui was shocked. You're taking her back just like that? Xiao Tianxing frowned. What else can I do? Xiao Rui face-bombed. Come on, do you really not know or are you pretending not to know? If you go back to the hotel just like that, won't you be telling everyone that you're having an affair? A man in a bathrobe carrying a woman wrapped in a blanket to a hotel. Could this matter get any more exciting? Xiao Tianxing looked down at himself and seemed to realize that something was wrong. He put Yisiki, who was wrapped in the blanket, on the sofa and said, Give me a set of clothes. Xiao Rui snapped his fingers and a waiter came over. Brother Xiao, what can I do for you? Take this gentleman to my room and get a set of clothes for him. Before Xiao Tianxing left, he glanced at Yisiki. Keep an eye on her. Don't let her roll off the sofa. I got it. Hurry up and go. Xiao Tianxing returned to the hall in a white shirt and black trousers. Even so, he still attracted a lot of attention when he carried Yisiki back to the hotel. Fortunately, he was prepared and covered Yisiki's face with the blanket. He took her back to her room and put her on the king-sized bed. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard Meng Yao's voice. Hubby, don't leave me. Xiao Tianxing's heart was filled with complicated emotions. He hated her for not living up to his expectations, and a little bit of pity. Silly girl, since he hurt you so deeply, why can't you bear to leave him? Xiao Tianxing sat at the head of the bed and looked at her pale face. He lowered his eyes and asked in a low voice. He was asking both her and himself. His fine eyelashes cast a faint shadow on his eyelids. She suddenly turned over and curled up into a ball to face him. She began to sob. Tears slowly flowed down from the corners of her tightly shut eyes. Her small nose twitched slightly, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. She was like an abandoned kitten that was pitiful and unlovable. He was stunned. Slowly, he reached out and placed his hand on her soft hair. He gently stroked it and said in a low voice, Silly girl. The next morning, Yisiki was woken up by Nyonyo. She opened her eyes. The sunlight was a little glaring, so she instinctively shielded her eyes. Nyonyo's tender voice rang in her ears. Mommy, it's already 9 o'clock. Are you feeling unwell? Yisiki slowly opened her eyes and saw Nyonyo's worried little face. She smiled and said, I'm fine, Nyonyo. Watch TV for a while. When Mommy is done washing up, let's have breakfast together. After the hangover, her head still hurt a little. She looked at herself in the mirror. Her eyes were swollen, her cheeks were pale, and her hair was messy. It was really terrible. She frowned and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Was she drunk last night? Who sent her back? She looked down and realized that the bathrobe she was wearing was not from the hotel. She slapped her forehead in annoyance. What happened last night? She didn't do anything wrong, did she? Her mind was in a mess. After she came out of the bathroom, she suddenly heard her cell phone ring. It was an unknown number. Hello, who is this? The man's deep and magnetic voice rang in her ears. Yi Siki, I'm Xiao Tianxing. How are you feeling? She frowned. How do you know my phone number? Xiao Tianxing snorted coldly. If it weren't for me last night, you would have been abducted. Is this how you speak to your savior? She was stunned. Speak clearly. What's going on? Xiao Tianxing's tone was filled with anger. You were drunk last night and hugged a wretched old man and called him hubby. If I hadn't appeared in time, you would have been taken away by that wretched man. God knows what would have happened. Do you remember anything? She couldn't believe it. After a while, she muttered, Is this true? He couldn't help but roll his eyes. Why would I lie to you? You're such a stupid woman. Were you the one who sent me back to the hotel last night? If not. His tone was very unfriendly. She hesitated and asked, Then, did you help me change into the clothes I'm wearing? He raised his eyebrows. Who else could it be? Come and see, Songshu 566. Chapter 274. Yi Siki suddenly flipped out. Pervert, you're no different from that perverted uncle. Let me ask you, did you do anything to me? Xiao Tianxing lazily dug his ear. I think I already told you that I'm not interested in a married woman like you. Don't insult my taste. Seriously. Yi Siki gritted her teeth. Since you're not interested in me, why did you help me change my clothes? You pervert. She couldn't wait to grab him from the other end of the phone and beat him up. Xiao Tianxing snorted. You vomited all over me last night and dirted my clothes. You also made a mess of yourself. If I didn't change your clothes for you, did you want to keep those dirty things as a souvenir? Yi Siki's cheeks slowly heated up. She vomited all over him. And made herself all over. She felt like she couldn't live anymore. However, this didn't change the fact that he took off her clothes. She bit her lip and said angrily, It's my fault that I dirtied your clothes, but it's also your fault that a man like you helped me change my clothes. Forget it, forget it. It's so boring. I'll admit it. Xiao Tianxing sighed. It was a waitress who helped you change your clothes last night. I was just teasing you. It really wasn't you. It really wasn't me. If you don't believe me, you can go to the Rose Bar and ask the boss. He's my friend, and he was the one who called the waitress over for me. Yi Siki was a little embarrassed. She scratched her head. You should have said so earlier. Well, I'm sorry. I was a little agitated just now. You want to dismiss me with just an apology. My enthusiasm to do good deeds has been dampened by you. In the future, if I meet drunk women who are abducted by perverted men, I might not even save them. Xiao Tianxing's tone was rather lonely and hurt. Okay. I sincerely apologize to you. Mr. Xiao, it's my fault. I judged you with my own yardstick. Please forgive me, okay? Buy me a cup of coffee, and I'll forgive you. This, sigh, forget it. You don't even have this much sincerity. Yi Siki clenched his teeth. All right, tell me the time and place. 4 o'clock in the afternoon at your hotel. I'll wait for you in the atrium. Take Nyo-Nyo with you. I miss her. Isiki was speechless. After a while, he replied, okay. The atrium of this hotel was very beautiful, with pavilions, terraces, and pagodas, small bridges and flowing water. At first glance, one would think that they had mistakenly entered a Jiangnan garden. The leisure area was surrounded by green trees and gurgling streams. Guests sat leisurely in groups of 2s and 3s, brewing a pot of green tea. It was incomparably pleasant. Isiki held Nyo-Nyo's little hand, crossed a small bridge, and found Xiao Tianqing sitting in the pavilion. He was wearing a beige casual outfit, flipping through a newspaper in his hand, and his movements were elegant and unrestrained. Uncle Xiao, Nyo-Nyo was still outside the pavilion, but she called out sweetly with a bright smile on her face. Little Nyo-Nyo, Uncle missed you so much. Xiao Tianqing put the newspaper aside, smiled, opened his arms, and carried Nyo-Nyo. He rubbed his face against her pink cheeks. Nyo-Nyo, did you miss Uncle? Isiki had goosebumps on his arms. He was too exaggerated. Nyo-Nyo winked mischievously. No. Xiao Tianqing pinched her little face. You heartless little rascal. I won't take you swimming later. Nyo-Nyo hugged his neck and acted coquettishly. Uncle Xiao, I miss you a little. Take me swimming later, Xiao Tianqing laughed heartily. Okay, if your mommy agrees, I'll take you there. Mommy. The little girl looked at her mommy pitifully. Let's go swimming later, okay? Isiki snatched her daughter from Xiao Tianqing's arms. Nyo-Nyo, we're going home tomorrow. We still have to pack our luggage later. Nyo-Nyo raised a little finger, her eyes watery. Mommy, there's only 1 hour left. We can pack our luggage at night. It's not too late. Isiki hesitated for a moment, then said, okay. Mommy is the best. Nyo-Nyo happily kissed her on the cheek. There was a small pond next to the pavilion. There were many goldfish in it, and a few children were leaning on the railing to feed the goldfish. Nyo-Nyo wanted to go too, but Isiki reminded her to be careful. She nodded repeatedly and ran to the pond with her short legs. Isiki and Xiao Tianqing sat about 10 meters away from her. They could see her movements, and they looked up from time to time to ensure her safety. Thank you for last night. Isiki took a sip of coffee. Xiao Tianqing looked at her quietly and said calmly, you can't hold your liquor well. Don't drink anymore. Isiki blushed. I'll be more careful in the future. He took a sip of coffee and looked at Nyo-Nyo, who was smiling brightly. He said, do you love your husband very much? Yeah. She didn't know why he suddenly brought up this topic. He suddenly turned his head and stared at her with his deep eyes. Even if he hurt you, you're still unwilling to leave him. She was stunned. After a while, she looked into the distance and said calmly, I used to think that I could leave. But later, I realized that even if he hurt me, I still can't leave him. He pursed his thin lips and said expressionlessly, if he doesn't turn back, what do you plan to do? She lowered her head. Her long eyelashes covered the sadness in her eyes. I don't know. I really don't know. He suddenly reached out his right hand and lifted her chin. It was supposed to be a frivolous action, but he did it so naturally. His expression was very serious. Isiki, you idiot. Let me tell you that since you still love him, even if he doesn't turn back, you have to think of a way to make him turn back. She looked at him blankly. He slowly let go of his hand and said in a deep voice, since you love him, take him back. From now on, you will have to fight a battle to protect your marriage. Her eyelashes fluttered, but she didn't say anything. He continued, marriage is a matter between two people. You can't let him torment you alone. You have to work hard too. Aren't you very passionate and full of fighting spirit? Bring out your fighting spirit. Don't let Nyo live in an incomplete family. His words made her feel enlightened. She turned her head abruptly and glanced at Nyo. Her eyes gradually filled with determination. She nodded solemnly. You're right. I can't give up just like that. Xiao Tianqing's eyes welled up with a smile. Very good, Yi Siki. Remember how you feel now. No matter what problems you encounter in the future, you have to think about how you feel now. Then tell yourself that you can solve it. Yi Siki smiled. She picked up her coffee and said sincerely, thank you. I'll toast you with coffee instead of wine. You're welcome. Xiao Tianqing also picked up his coffee and clinked his cup with hers. He took a sip of coffee, put down his cup, and asked, what happened last night? Unknowingly, Yi Siki had already categorized Xiao Tianqing as a marriage counselor. Her trust in him had increased. Without much hesitation, she told him about Bai Meiwei's conversation with her and the contents of their conversation. Xiao Tianqing thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, you're right. Since Bai Meiwei came to you, it means that Lin Shihao didn't give her enough sense of security. In Lin Shihao's heart, you still hold a very important place. You can't give up. Yes, I won't give up. After his analysis, Yi Siki suddenly felt more confident. Although it was difficult to say, she still decided to tell him the cause of the incident. She coughed and said in a low voice, actually, my husband was drunk. He said he mistook Bai Meiwei for me. He said he didn't have any feelings for Bai Meiwei. I believed what he said before and forgave him. However, he lied to me that night at Seductive Charm. So I'm a little shaken. I don't know if I should believe him. Xiao Tianqing frowned. Why don't you ask him? Why did he lie to you? I am scared. Xiao Tianqing suddenly reached out and knocked her on the forehead. Idiot, you should ask him clearly about this. Who knows, there might be some misunderstanding between the two of you. She covered her forehead and stammered, all right then. I'll ask him when I get back this time, he smiled. That's right. No matter how deep the relationship between two people is, it can't withstand misunderstandings over and over again. Yi Siki nodded. Suddenly, she stared into his eyes and asked, why did you help me? Xiao Tianqing lowered his gaze. His lips curved into a cold smile as he said plainly, because you're just like me. We're both idiots. She was puzzled. What do you mean? He suddenly looked up at her and revealed an evil smile. You're too stupid. You won't understand even if I tell you. She was furious. Hey, Xiao Tianqing, don't always attack me personally. He shrugged. I'm just speaking the truth. She snorted coldly. I'm stupid. I'm not stupid. Tell me the truth. Are you helping me because we're in the same boat and you've been hurt before? His careless smile froze. In his deep eyes, there was a desolation and vicissitudes that she couldn't understand. She regretted her blabbering and hurriedly said, I'm sorry. The corners of his lips slowly relaxed as he said plainly, it's all right. It's all in the past. It's not important. Although he said that it wasn't important, the complicated emotions in his eyes and the gloomy aura that he was exuding made her feel uncomfortable. The two of them were silent and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Yi Siki coughed. And I'm just saying if I encounter any relationship problems in the future, can I ask you for advice? His thick eyelashes fluttered and the corners of his lips turned up. Of course you can. For little Nyo, I'll help you too. She grinned. Thank you. His eyes curved. Are you going back to City A tomorrow? Yeah, my flight is tomorrow morning. What about you? In another 2 days. Don't worry, I'll contact you when I'm back. He smiled mischievously. Don't forget to make things clear to your husband. She cupped her fists and smiled teasingly. I got it, Teacher Xiao. He touched his chin. Since you called me Teacher Xiao, I've decided to give you another gift. What gift? Instead of answering, he asked, do you have any plans tonight? Nope. That's good. Leave tonight for me. After little Ñoño falls asleep, come here and wait for me. I'm begging you. Make things clear. What do you mean by leaving tonight for you? He raised his eyebrows. Don't worry, it's not a bad thing. I won't have any bad intentions towards you. That's not what I meant. I just want to know what's going on. Isn't it good to leave some suspense? No matter what Yisiki said, Xiao Tianxing was unwilling to reveal the truth. She could only let him be. At 8:00 in the evening, Yisiki coaxed little Ñoño to bed early. She wore a pair of jeans and a white t-shirt to meet Xiao Tianxing. She thought that meeting a man at night would always be a little ambiguous and awkward. If she dressed up a little uglier, she would feel more at ease. Thus, Xiao Tianxing, who was dressed in a suit and tie, saw Yisiki like this, bare-faced, shoulder-length hair, a pair of black-rimmed glasses, a pair of ripped jeans, and a white t-shirt. The corners of his mouth twitched. He held his forehead with one hand and couldn't bear to look at her. Mrs. Lin, don't tell me that you dress like this at home too. The disdain in his words was very obvious. Yisiki looked at his formal suit and tugged at her t-shirt. She chuckled. Actually, it's about the same. Xiao Tianxing looked pained. Mrs. Lin, I suddenly realize that I have a long way to go. It seems that I've given you the right gift tonight. Yisiki followed him to the car park and asked curiously, are you going to give me clothes? Xiao Tianxing turned to look at her. Am I such a superficial person? Ha! He glared at her in disappointment. Give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day. With your looks, no matter how many beautiful clothes I give you, you won't be able to bring them out. Hey, Xiao Tianxing, don't make personal attacks like that. Xiao Tianxing looked into her eyes with a serious expression. Objectively speaking, you don't lose out to Bai Meiwei in terms of appearance. But why does she look so radiant, while you look like a wife who has gone through hardships? Yisiki lowered her head in shame. Xiao Tianxing felt that he had been too harsh with his words. He coughed and said, actually, the way you look now is quite simple and natural. It's not bad. But you have to remember that men are visual creatures. Your husband has been looking at you for 8 years, so he might get tired of your beauty. You can't give up on yourself and become a haggard woman. You have to look radiant and reconstruct your beauty so that you can shine in front of him. Understand? Yisiki looked up at him and nodded solemnly. You're right. It's good that you've thought it through. Xiao Tianxing smiled and opened the car door for her. Get in the car. Xiao Tianxing took Yisiki to an image design center. The designer, Daniel, was a friend of Xiao Rui's. He was very enthusiastic about the two of them and spent more than half an hour discussing how to remodel Yisiki. Come and see, Hongcha 866. Chapter 275. That's right, that's it, this color suits her better. Aaron, bring me that pair of white high heels. In the brightly lit design center, a group of people were busy styling Yisiki. After more than an hour of spa treatment, she was pushed to the hairstylist again. After that, two beautiful assistants brought different colors of clothes to her and explained which color suited her best and how to match each color. Finally, they chose a small dress for her to change into. In the end, Daniel personally explained the makeup techniques to her, including which makeup was most suitable for her face and eyes. Finally, he let her use her own face as an experimental field. She did it over and over again until he was satisfied with it before he asked her to stop. After all this, it was already 1:00 in the morning. Xiao Tianqing walked out of the lounge and slowly tidied up his jacket. It seemed like he had just been woken up. Yi Siki stood in front of Xiao Tianqing nervously in her 10-centimeter high heels and stared at him. Xiao Tianqing, how is it? The petite woman in front of him had a head of neat and fresh short hair that completely made people forget her age. Her big, watery eyes were filled with uneasiness and nervousness. Her tender skin glowed seductively under the light. She was wearing a white dress with a circle of lace. The soft lace flowed elegantly with her movements, creating beautiful ripples. Xiao Tianqing was stunned. Then, an undisguised look of admiration appeared on his face. Yi Siki, you look really good when you dress up. Yi Siki's cheeks suddenly turned red. He snapped his fingers. Daniel, please help her match some winter clothes. He did not forget that it was winter in City A, no problem. Yi Siki hurriedly said, one set is enough. It's not convenient to board the plane with too much luggage. Xiao Tianqing raised his eyebrows. I'll send you to the airport. Daniel, match 3 sets. Yi Siki whispered, I don't have enough money on my card. Xiao Tianqing also lowered his voice. Don't worry. Daniel said that he'll give you a 50% discount. Yi Siki calculated in her heart. A set of clothes cost nearly 10,000 yuan. In addition to the styling and spa expenses, even with a 50% discount, it would still cost more than 20,000 yuan. How heart-wrenching. Xiao Tianqing looked at her frowning face, coughed, and said in a low voice, don't worry about money. Beauty also needs investment. Yi Siki gritted his teeth and said with a look of grief and indignation, all right, I'll go all out. Xiao Tianqing couldn't help but chuckle. When she went to the front desk to settle the bill, the beautiful receptionist Miss smiled politely and said, Mrs. Lin, your bill has been settled. Yi Siki turned to look at Xiao Tianqing subconsciously. Did Mr. Xiao help me? Yes. After Xiao Tianqing said goodbye to Daniel, he walked up to Yi Siki and said with a smile, let's go back to the hotel and rest. Staying up late is a woman's natural enemy. Yi Siki glanced at him and didn't say anything. Then she looked at Daniel and nodded politely. Daniel, thank you for your hard work. Daniel smiled. You're welcome. Take care. Xiao Tianqing helped Yi Siki carry the 2 bags and got into the car. She sat in the front passenger seat. After the car started, she said, Mr. Xiao, give me your card number. When we return to City A, I will transfer the money to you for today's expenses. Xiao Tianqing glanced at her. No need. I said that this is a gift from master to his disciple. But I'm not used to owing others money. Yi Siki said seriously, I'm very grateful for your help. This is already the best gift you can give me. Mr. Xiao, please give me your card number. It was rare to see a woman as serious as her. Xiao Tianqing raised his eyebrows and smiled. Okay, I already have your phone number. I'll contact you when I return to City A. The car drove into the hotel's underground parking lot. The 2 of them returned to the hotel together. The elevator reached the 7th floor. Yi Siki walked out of the elevator and said goodbye with a smile. Thank you for today. See you tomorrow. Xiao Tianqing smiled but didn't say anything. He followed her out of the elevator. Yi Siki looked at him in surprise. Do you live on this floor too? Xiao Tianqing smiled and said, not only on the same floor. I live next door to you. What a coincidence. Yisiki stroked the hair beside her ear. When they arrived at Yisiki's room, she took out the room card from her handbag and opened the door. She turned her head and saw Xiao Tianqing standing at the door of the room next door. He had also opened the door. The two of them smiled at each other and said at the same time, "Good night." The next day, after breakfast, Xiao Tianqing drove Yisiki and Nyonyo to the airport. He helped her get her boarding pass and checked in her luggage. He squatted in front of Nyonyo with a gentle smile on his handsome face. "Little Nyonyo, you have to listen to mommy on the road. See you later." "Okay, thank you, uncle." The little girl smiled brightly and hugged Xiao Tianqing generously. Xiao Tianqing rubbed her hair, stood up and looked at Yisiki. "Have you called your husband?" Yisiki nodded. "Yes, I've told him. He'll come to the airport to pick us up." He put his hands in his trouser pockets. He stood tall and handsome. "Change into thick clothes before leaving the airport. It's already cold in a city." She smiled. "Got it. Thank you." He lifted his chin in the direction of the security check. "Hurry up and go in. It's almost time." "Okay, goodbye." Yisiki held her handbag with one hand and held Nyonyo's little hand with the other. "Nyonyo, say goodbye to uncle." Nyonyo raised her pink little face and waved at Xiao Tianqing. "Goodbye, uncle." "Goodbye." 4 hours later, the plane landed at a city's airport. Before leaving the airport, Yisiki changed her and her daughter's clothes. She dragged her suitcase and held her daughter's little hand as they walked out of the airport. Lin Shihao was dressed in a suit and leather shoes. He wore a black coat and stood in the crowd. His tall figure and gentle temperament made him stand out. Yisiki came out of the passageway and saw him at a glance. He also saw the mother and daughter. His eyes were filled with surprise and amazement. Yisiki had a head of fresh and beautiful short hair. Her rose-red coat was open, and she wore a white lace dress underneath. She also wore a pair of black suede boots. She was tall and slender, and her figure was exquisite. She was full of vitality, as if she were 10 years younger. Little Nyonyo was wearing a cute woolen hat, a pink cloak, black leggings, and a pair of camel-colored leather boots. She was dragging a very small red suitcase in her hand. She was as cute as a little princess. "Daddy," when Nyonyo saw Lin Shihao, she threw her suitcase away excitedly and ran towards him. Lin Shihao strode forward and bent down to pick Nyonyo up. He kissed her delicate little face a few times. "Nyonyo, did you miss Daddy?" "Yes, I missed you so much." Nyonyo hugged Lin Shihao's neck and refused to let go. "Daddy missed you too." Lin Shihao quickly walked over to Yisiki with his daughter in his arms. He reached out a hand and wrapped it around Yisiki's shoulder. Ignoring the gazes around him, he calmly kissed her on the cheek. "Honey, you're really beautiful today." Yisiki smiled brightly and her eyes were full of joy. "Hubby, you're very handsome today too. Why did you cut your hair?" On the way home, Lin Shihao was still not used to her short hair and turned to look at her from time to time. Yisiki smiled and her beautiful eyes curved into crescents. "I just wanted to change my style. Do I look good?" He nodded. "Yes, my wife is born beautiful. You'll look good with any hairstyle." The corners of her mouth curled up and she playfully blinked. "Hubby, you're getting better at talking. You're making me so happy. Tell me honestly, did you do something wrong when I wasn't around?" He raised his hand and patted her head. The smile in his eyes did not fade. "I'm just telling the truth. In the 2 days that you weren't around, I was very obedient. I left early and returned early. I never stayed outside. Is that so?" She raised her eyebrows and her smile faded a little. Of course it's true. He leaned over and kissed her cheek. Isiki could not help but push him. Watch your image. Lin Shihao did not mind. Instead, he hugged her tightly and said to the passerby who was peeking at them, "This is my wife." The passerby smiled awkwardly and quickly walked away. Isiki could not help but laugh out loud. Nyonyo, who was lying in Lin Shihao's arms, giggled. "Daddy, you're so naughty." Isiki pinched Lin Shihao's cheek. "Look, you've led your daughter astray." Lin Shihao had an innocent expression on his face. He lowered his head and looked at his daughter. "Nyonyo." Nyonyo covered her eyes with both hands. "I didn't see anything. I really didn't see anything." Isiki was speechless. This father and daughter pair were really funny. At night, lying in bed, Lin Shihao reached out and pulled Isiki into his arms. He rubbed his chin against her soft hair and whispered, "Wifey, are you tired?" Isiki leaned comfortably in his arms. "I'm not tired." He suddenly lowered his head and kissed her lips. He said in a low voice, "Since you're not tired, let's do something else." Her body started to tremble slightly. His lips were very soft as they rubbed against hers. She couldn't help but reach out to hug his strong back. He used the tip of his tongue to trace the shape of her lips. The numbing feeling made her cherry lips half open. His tongue slid in and gently and meticulously licked her mouth. He held the back of her head with one hand and unbuttoned her pajamas with the other. His slender fingers caressed her soft skin. It was boiling hot, and she could not help but tremble. He gently nibbled on her earlobe, his hands covering her soft pink body, kneading and pinching. His fingers pinched the red fruit, constantly picking it up and teasing it. Bursts of electricity flowed from his fingers. She couldn't help but raise her neck, sending her softness into his hands, hoping for more. He chuckled softly. "Wifey. Say you love me." His fingers mischievously rubbed against her secret area. Suddenly, he exerted force and pushed in. She frowned and let out a moan of pain and pleasure. "Wifey. Say you love me." His hands moved faster. She could not help but clamp her legs together. Her voice was gentle and charming. "Hubby, I love you." With a ragged gasp, he held her close, replacing his fingers with his hot hardness and entering her. After a long while, he hugged her. A white light flashed through their minds and climbed to the peak at the same time. She leaned weakly against his chest. He kissed her forehead lovingly. After a short rest, he carried her into the bathroom. After washing her up, he carried her back to the bed. The two of them hugged each other and fell asleep. Add Songshu 566. Chapter 276. It had been 3 days since Su Yunqian jumped into the sea. The salvage team had yet to find her body. The Su family held on to their last hope. Madame Su burned incense and prayed to Buddha every day, hoping for her daughter's safe return. Su Bolin had aged a lot. In the dead of the night, he often sat alone in front of the window, blaming himself for being too harsh on his daughter. Su Jin and had to take care of both his family and his company. There were dark circles under his eyes. However, on the 4th day, all their hopes were dashed. A tourist found a female corpse about 1 kilometer downstream from where Su Yunqian jumped into the sea. Due to the impact of the sea and rocks, the female corpse's face was disfigured. Her body was covered in wounds. The bones of her left hand and right foot were broken. 3 of her ribs were broken. Her body was swollen from being soaked in water. It was almost impossible to distinguish her face. However, the gold watch necklace on her neck exposed her identity. Opening the cover, there was a very small family photo. Su Bolin and Madame Su were sitting on chairs, each holding a child. Seeing Su Yunqian's body, Madame Su fainted on the spot. Su Jin and held her tightly in his arms. Su Bolin staggered and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, the housekeeper supported him. A policeman took out a bag and handed it to Su Jin. These are the remains of the deceased. We used the remains to identify the deceased. If the family has any questions, we can do a DNA test. Su Jin held the bag tightly and refused, no need. Their poor sister had already passed away. She should be buried in peace. How could they bear to disturb her? 2 days later, the Su family held a funeral. There were not many people who came to watch the ceremony. They were all close friends. Bailey's family was not present. Su Murong's family of 3 came. Su Xingchen wore a black trench coat and a black hat. The hat's brim covered her face with a veil. When they said goodbye to the body, Madame Su cried her heart out. Su Murong's eyes were also red. She went forward to hold her arm and helped her over from the coffin. After the ceremony ended, the people who attended the funeral gradually dispersed. The Su family also left in grief. Su Xingchen quietly stood in front of the tombstone. Her cold eyes, through the veil, fell on the photo on the tombstone. The corner of her mouth slowly hooked up into a strange arc. Xingchen, let's go. Su Murong patted her daughter's arm. Su Xingchen followed his parents out of the cemetery. The sun shone on them through the thick branches. Even so, the silent cemetery still gave them a gloomy feeling. Su Murong and her husband accompanied their daughter back to the hospital and stayed for a while before leaving. Su Xingchen threw the hat on the sofa, revealing her entire face. Although she had already undergone 4 plastic surgeries, her face was still very scary. Her eyebrows were bald, and her chin was covered with gully-like scars. In 2 days, she would undergo her 5th plastic surgery. The doctor said that this plastic surgery would implant her eyebrows, and at that time, her cheeks would look a lot better. Su Xingchen turned on the music. This was the first time she was so happy after being hospitalized. Su Yunqian had completely disappeared from her world. From now on, her only enemy was Xia Dong. Ha ha ha, just thinking about it made her feel good. Su Xingchen's wild laughter blended with the intense music. It was so strange that it made people shudder. Bailey Han's body recovered quickly. The stitches on his head had been removed and he was discharged from the hospital in about a week. He handed over the company's matters to Bailey Jing and Lu Zihao and became a hands-off boss. Every day, he accompanied his wife and child. His entire temperament slowly changed. He became gentler and more patient. He enjoyed this kind of life. Every day when he opened his eyes, he could see Xia Dong lying in his arms. He leisurely ate breakfast, accompanied her to the garden, accompanied her to explore the ancient city, accompanied her to watch the sunrise and sunset, took care of Xiao Guai together. Every afternoon, he would call his family in China and video chat with them. While chatting with his family, Bailey Han and Xia Dong found out about Su Yunqian's death. Xia Dong's first reaction was to hold on to Bailey Han's hand. She tilted her head and looked at him, her eyes filled with worry. Bailey Han held her hand tightly and stroked her hair. He pulled her over and leaned her on his shoulder. Under the setting sun, the couple sat on the balcony in silence. She leaned in his arms and he stroked her long hair. After a long time, she slowly said, Han, if you want to be alone for a while. He tilted his head and looked at her. His deep eyes melted with a touch of warmth. He said softly, it's over. What happened between us is over. This kind of ending might be the best for her. Although he said that, Xia Dong could still tell that he was a little depressed. After all, he and Su Yunqian were childhood sweethearts. She had taken care of him during his most difficult times. Bailey Han seemed cold, but in reality, he was very affectionate. Xia Dong understood his feelings and was not jealous at all. She reached out her hands and hugged his waist tightly. She said softly, "Ah Han, if you want to come back to China to attend her funeral, I won't have any objections." "There's no need." He kissed her forehead and whispered, "She hurt you so much. I haven't forgiven her yet." Xia Dong's heart warmed. She raised her head and kissed him on the lips. She smiled and said, "Let bygones be bygones. We must be good in the future." "Okay, we will be good." Bailey Han's eyes were filled with a smile. The smile gradually spread to his entire face. She raised her head and smiled like a flower. He scratched her little nose and said in a doting voice, "It's time for a walk. Let's go for a walk." "Aw. Can we not go? I don't want to move." She hugged his arm and acted shamelessly. "No." His voice was gentle and there was a smile on his lips. "Little lazy worm, appropriate exercise is good for you and the baby. Be good and get up for a walk." "Okay." Xia Dong was a little reluctant to leave his arms and stood up slowly. Bailey Han chuckled and put a shawl on her shoulders. He held her waist and slowly walked out of the villa. The golden sunset shone through the gaps in the leaves. The mottled light jumped on the old bluestone road. They walked hand in hand along the Tiber River. The good times were sealed in their memories. "Sir, buy a rose for Madam." A little girl holding a big bouquet of roses ran to them. She had golden hair and a sunny smile. She was as cute as a doll. Xia Dong thought of Xiao Guai when she saw the little girl. She couldn't help waving her hand. The little girl smiled and walked closer. "Madam, you're so beautiful." Xia Dong chuckled. "Xiao Bao, you have a sweet mouth." The little girl blinked her big eyes and smiled innocently. "I'm telling the truth, sir. You're very lucky to be able to marry such a beautiful wife." "I think so too." Bailey Han smiled and took out his wallet. "How much is this bouquet of roses?" The little girl smiled brightly. 100 euros. Bailey Han took out 100 euros and handed it to her. He took the roses from her hands. "Thank you, sir." "Thank you, madam. I wish you happiness." The little girl bowed with a smile and ran away happily. Bailey Han put the roses in front of Xia Dong and smiled. "Honey, this is for you." Xia Dong raised her eyebrows and smiled. "Thank you, but please hold it for me." "No problem. I'm always at your service." Bailey Han pointed to his cheek. "Reward." "Wow, you're so stingy." Xia Dong complained with a smile. She leaned forward and kissed him on the cheek. "Are you satisfied now, Mr. Bailey?" "I'd be even more satisfied if you kissed me here, Mrs. Bailey." Bailey Han touched his lips calmly. "In your dreams." Xia Dong rolled her eyes at him in amusement and took his arm. Bailey Han chuckled. He held his pregnant wife in one hand and the roses in the other. They were very eye-catching as they walked on the road. Xia Dong felt that she was about to be burned by the envious and jealous gazes of the other women. She couldn't help but tug at Bailey Han's sleeve and said, "It's all your fault. Why are you so good-looking?" Bailey Han raised his eyebrows good-naturedly. "Is it my fault that I'm good-looking?" "Yes. Otherwise, why would you attract so many admirers?" Xia Dong puffed up her cheeks. Don't think that she didn't see the blonde beauty sitting on the bench over there. "Why are you looking around?" The handsome guy next to you is my husband. And those two beauties leaning against the bridge talking and laughing. Don't think that I don't understand Italian. Can you not praise my husband so loudly? Bailey Han pinched her chubby cheeks in amusement. I'm not angry. Why are you so angry? Xia Dong glared at him. What do you mean? Are you angry that I'm blocking your admirers? Bailey Han chuckled. He lifted her chin with his finger and gestured for her to look to the side. What's up with that wretched uncle looking at her lecherously? Also, what was up with that handsome blonde guy who was staring at her so intently? Wifey, even if you're pregnant, you're still as charming as ever. So, I want to stamp my seal to show that I own you. Bailey Han pulled her chin back. Under everyone's gaze, he kissed her lips. After tossing and turning for a while, he finally let go of her. She punched his chest in embarrassment. Bailey Han held her hand and whispered into her ear, "Did you see that? The handsome guy over there has a heartbroken expression." Xia Dong stole a glance. It wasn't that exaggerated. He just shrugged his shoulders regretfully. Look, your market is much better than mine. I have to keep a close eye on you in case you run away with another handsome guy. Bailey Han nibbled on her earlobe playfully. A current ran through her body. Xia Dong couldn't help but tremble. She quickly pried his naughty mouth away and changed the topic. Hubby, I'm tired. Let's go home. Okay. Bailey Han chuckled. He ruffled her hair and wrapped his arm around her waist. They turned around and walked back. Under the setting sun, their shadows overlapped. It was harmonious and warm. Add Songshu 566. Chapter 277. On the day of Su Yunqian's funeral, Mika Keto also appeared. Of course, he wasn't there to mourn Su Yunqian. Instead, he was there to see the tragic end of the person who hurt Xia Dong. He stood far away and waited for the crowd to disperse before walking to her tombstone. He looked coldly at the small photo on the tombstone and said in a deep voice, "I don't believe in ghosts and gods, nor do I believe in reincarnation. However, if you want revenge, come at me. If you dare to cause trouble for Xia again, I will bury the entire Su family with you." The cold wind blew and the leaves rustled, but he didn't seem to hear it. He stood tall and straight like a pine tree, looking as handsome as a god. Suzaku stood 10 meters away from him. The corner of her eyes moved slightly as she looked at his cold and handsome profile. It was as if it was carved out of marble, perfect and cold. She knew that he wasn't heartless, but he had given all his love to a woman. On the way back, the two of them sat in the Maybach. Mika Keto said indifferently, "Is there any news from Godfather on Jiangdao's side?" Suzaku replied, "Not yet. Godfather hasn't contacted Su Xingchen recently. Should we take action?" Mika Keto said in a deep voice, "We can take action now. Now that news of Su Yunqian's death has spread, Godfather should be panicking. If he really cared about Su Xingchen, he wouldn't leave her in the lurch." "Okay, I'll pass the message to Jiangdao immediately." Su Xingchen's 5th plastic surgery was relatively successful. However, the strange thing was that she didn't wake up 2 days after the surgery. Even if it was because of the anesthetic, the effects wouldn't have lasted for so long. Xia Jinqing was about to go crazy. The attending doctor was also very anxious. He did a full-body checkup for her but didn't find anything wrong. Su Murong sat in the attending doctor's office with a deep frown. "Doctor, my daughter still hasn't woken up. What's going on?" The doctor looked helpless. "We've already done a full-body checkup on Miss Su, but we haven't found the problem yet." Su Murong's expression changed, and she said sternly, "Doctor, if anything happens to my daughter, it will be your hospital's responsibility. This is a medical malpractice." The doctor's forehead was covered in sweat. "President Sue, you can't say that. Miss Sue's operation was very successful. This wasn't caused by the operation." Sue Murong raised her eyebrows and looked angry. "Then tell me, why is my daughter unconscious? She was in a coma during the operation and didn't wake up after the operation. If it's not your hospital's fault, then whose fault is it? This matter, we will investigate it thoroughly. President Sue, the most important thing now is to wake your daughter up." The doctor tried his best to persuade the angry Sue Murong. He also promised to quickly find the cause of Su Xing-chen's coma and wake her up as soon as possible. But a promise is one thing, and the result is another. After another day, Su Xing-chen still hasn't woken up. Su Murong has already planned to take the hospital to court. The attending doctor's head was about to explode. In the end, he didn't let go of any possibility and took Su Xing-chen's blood for a blood test. Unexpectedly, there was a shocking discovery. They found that there was an unknown toxin in Su Xing-chen's blood. It was very likely that this toxin caused her to be in a coma. Doubts arose. What is the toxin in her body? How did it develop in her body? How do they remove the toxin? In order to cure Su Xing-chen, the hospital contacted people from the research institute and asked them to study the toxin in her blood, hoping to find a cure. At the same time, Su Murong received an anonymous letter. The letter said that Su Xing-chen has been poisoned and can only live for 10 days. After 10 days, she will die in her sleep. If you don't want her to die, find Shengwan Ao for help. Shengwan Ao. When Su Murong saw this name, her body staggered and almost fainted on the ground. Fortunately, Xia Jinqing's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast enough to support her. Xia Jinqing helped her to the sofa. When she calmed down, he asked the question in his heart, "Wife, who is this Shengwan Ao? Can he really cure Xing Chen's illness?" Su Murong's fingers tightly grasped the letter. Her eyes surged with a complicated look. After a long while, she slowly said, "You don't have to worry about this matter. I will handle it." "Wife, shut up." Su Murong suddenly fiercely roared at him. Xia Jinqing was startled. Although Su Murong's attitude towards him has been getting worse and worse over the years, she has never yelled at him so loudly. He opened his mouth and said with a dry voice, "Okay, I understand." Su Murong didn't even look at him. She pushed his hand away and went upstairs. However, her back seemed to be a little flustered, as if she was hiding some secret. At night, Su Murong didn't go downstairs for dinner. Xia Jinqing personally brought the food to the room. She picked up the bowl and threw it on the ground. She roared at him, "I'm not eating. Get out, get out." The broken porcelain flew into the hallway and the rice spilled all over the floor. The servant quickly came in to clean up. Xia Jinqing stood at the door for a moment before he turned around and went to the guest room. The servant quickly finished cleaning up and quickly left the room. He closed the door, afraid that Su Murong would vent her anger on him. In the spacious room, only Su Murong was left. She sat in front of the dressing mirror. The woman in the mirror was expressionless and her eyes were cold. After a long time, she got up and took down a painting hanging on the wall. A safe appeared on the wall. Then, she took off the necklace around her neck. The pendant of the necklace was a delicate and small key. She inserted the key into the keyhole of the safe. Click, the safe opened. There was a mahogany box inside. She opened the box. Inside was a stack of old photos and letters. Her fingers trembled as she flipped through the photos. Every photo was a photo of her and a man. The man was in his 20s. He was handsome and had an unbridled face. He had a pair of pitch-black eyes that emitted an unruly light. This man was Shangguan Ao. She used her fingers to stroke him in the photo and whispered, 23 years. We haven't seen each other for 23 years. If possible, I really don't want to see you for the rest of my life. She painfully closed her eyes. Tears slowly flowed from the corners of her eyes. 6 days. Su Xingchen only had 6 days left to live. Su Murong didn't have time to think about anything else. The most important thing now was to contact Shangguan Ao. She bribed the newspaper to let them publish a love poem. That love poem was written by Shangguan Ao. She didn't know if he would see this poem, but she had no other choice. She could only use this method to hint to him. Su Murong anxiously waited for a day but didn't get any news. Xia Zhenqing couldn't hold it in any longer. Wife, there are only 5 days left. How can we contact that Shangguan Ao? Su Murong impatiently said, you don't need to worry about this. You're responsible for communicating with the hospital and urging them to research the antidote as soon as possible. Xia Zhenqing opened his mouth but didn't say anything in the end. He silently went to the guest room. Ever since Su Xingchen was disfigured, the two of them slept in separate rooms. Su Murong laid on the bed but couldn't fall asleep. Around 1:00 in the morning, she suddenly heard a sound from the window. She quickly sat up on the bed and turned on the bedside lamp. She saw a black figure jump in from the window. The person took off the mask on his face and slowly walked towards the bed. Su Murong used her right hand to cover her mouth. Her eyes widened in disbelief. That face was very familiar. It was Shangguan Ao. Shangguan Ao, also known as her godfather, walked to her side with his slender legs. His tall and straight body was like a pine tree. There was a faint smile on his face. Ah Rong, long time no see. The word Ah Rong made Su Murong's tears fall like rain. She tightly clenched her fist and suppressed her sobs. Shangguan Ao stared at her for a long time. Suddenly, he sat beside her and reached out to pull her into his embrace. He gently said, Ah Rong, how have you been all these years? Good. Su Murong squeezed the words out from between her teeth. Very good. Shangguan Ao hugged her tightly and sighed softly. Ah Rong, you still hate me. All the time. Su Murong's eyes were red as she gritted her teeth. His body stiffened. After a moment, he said softly, I thought that you would never want to see me again in this lifetime. She sniffled and tears welled up in her eyes again. However, she tried hard to suppress them. Her voice was hoarse as she said, I originally planned to never see you again, but this time, I have no choice but to see you. Xingchen. Something happened to Xingchen. Shangguan Ao's body trembled. He suddenly raised his head and stared at her. What happened to Xingchen? Su Murong pushed him away and moved back a little. She said, someone poisoned her. Within 10 days, if there is no antidote, she will die in a coma. Now, there are only 5 days left. On the 4th day of her coma, that person sent me a letter. After she finished speaking, she took out a letter from the bedside table and handed it to Shangguan Ao. Shangguan Ao hurriedly read the letter. His face turned ugly. Su Murong said indifferently, is it your enemy? Shangguan Ao's fingers suddenly tightened around the letter. He said in a low voice, yes. Do you have a clue? I suspect that it's Mikakito. Su Murong's eyes narrowed. Mikakito. Xingchen's scandal and drug addiction were also related to him. That's not all. Xingchen's disfigurement was also caused by Mikakito's subordinates. Shangguan Ao's eyes were as cold as a venomous snake. He said eerily, I originally wanted to avenge Xingqian, but I didn't expect to be one step behind and lose everything. This time, I was even checkmated by him. Su Murong frowned. Mikakito's motive is very obvious. He wants to use Xingqian to force you out. What should we do now? Shangguan Ao's lips curled into a cold smile. He knows that I care about Xingqian, so he's using her to force me. Naturally, I can also use the people he cares about to force him. Su Murong's eyes moved slightly. But Xia Dong is overseas. Shangguan Ao looked at her and smiled. Ah, Rong, other than Xia Dong, there's someone else he cares about. Su Murong frowned, then relaxed. I understand. He stared into her eyes. There was a complicated look in his eyes. He said gently, Ah Rong, thank you for giving birth to Xingqian. Su Murong was stunned. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Shangguan Ao leaned over and hugged her. Her personality is very similar to yours. Every time I see her, I feel as if you're by my side. Su Murong's eyes were covered with a layer of mist. You promised me that you wouldn't disturb her life after she was born. I lied to you. He rubbed his chin against her hair and whispered, not only did I get close to her, but I also took her as my goddaughter. I really want her to call me daddy one day. Her voice was hoarse. Shangguan Ao, you didn't keep your word. You promised me. Ah Rong, don't be agitated. I didn't tell her the truth. I really want to know if she looks like you or me. After seeing her, I can't control myself anymore. I really want to see her smile at me and act coquettishly. Ah Rong, it's been 23 years. We haven't seen each other for 23 years. Don't hate me anymore, okay? She shook her head in tears. That's impossible. Shangguan Ao, I hate you. My life has been ruined by your hands. Ah Rong, I'm sorry. Shangguan Ao held her face and kissed her eyes. He kissed away the tears on her face. Let go of me. She struggled hard, trying to push him away. His hands were like iron pincers, imprisoning her tightly. Shangguan Ao, let go of me. She shouted sternly. He suddenly kissed her lips and blocked her scolding. He kissed her fiercely and pressed her onto the big bed. She clenched her fists and pounded his chest, making dissatisfied sounds in her throat. He turned a deaf ear to her. His nimble tongue fiercely swept her mouth, making her almost unable to breathe. His hand reached under the silk nightgown and caressed her chest. Although she had entered the ranks of middle-aged people, her body was well maintained. Her skin was full of elasticity and her chest was firm and soft. He kneaded her pink chest hard and his other hand reached between her legs. She glared at him angrily and pounded him with her fists. He suddenly let go of her lips and bit her earlobe while saying softly, Ah Rong, I miss you. I miss you so much. If I could choose again, I definitely wouldn't let go of you. Her body froze and her resistance stopped. She stared at him in a daze. His deep eyes were filled with pain. Ah Rong, I love you. I've always loved you. Her tears poured out again. He lovingly kissed her eyes and carefully licked away the tears. His hands gently moved around her sensitive areas. She gradually gave up resisting and in a daze, she hugged his neck with both hands. He took off his clothes with one hand and threw them on the ground. He straightened his body and entered. Soon, the room was filled with lewd sounds and ambiguous sounds of men and women. Fortunately, the room's soundproofing was good. No matter what tricks they played, no one would find out. About 2 hours later, Su Murong was already unconscious from exhaustion. Shangguan Ao kissed her forehead and placed her on the bed. He got up and put on his clothes. He looked back at her deeply and jumped out of the window, quickly disappearing into the night. Attention, Songshu 566. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.